Quick, while the non-subs aren't able to hear. Compliment me in chat.
fish and you caught me, you'd say, look at that fish, shimmering in the sun. Such a rare one, can't believe that you caught one. If I were a fish and you caught me, you'd say, look at that fish, heaviest in the sea. You'd win first prize if you caught me. Why is everybody on the internet so mean? Why is everybody so afraid of what they've never seen? If I was strolling through and I saw me flopping around and singing my song, I'd say, damn, they're cute and sing along. If I were a rock, you would pick me up and say, that's a nice rock, skippiest on the lake. Plop, 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 I'm the perfect shape. And if I were a sock, you would put me on and say, that's a nice sock, happiest as a pair. I found you, now I'm not scared. Why is everybody on the internet so mean? Why is everybody so afraid of what they've never seen? If I was strolling through and I saw me flopping around and singing my song, I'd say, damn, they're cute and sing along. How lucky are we? Of all the fish in the sea, you get to be you, and I get to be me. Just let 'em be me. We're as free as can be, to be the youest of you, and the meest of me. If I were a fish, do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. 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 This is the funnest thing I've ever done in my life. Yeah!
What up about you hit the unmute button, huh? All right. Oh wait, why aren't I on screen? Why aren't I on screen? Hold on a second. Ah, I'm in the wrong room. That's why. Okay. There we go. Hello, everybody. Well, welcome on back in. We are doing another coding session today, and it's going to be a good coding session. I'm gonna lower my desk a little bit more. And by a little bit more, I mean not that much more. Okay. You know what? Actually, let's switch which keyboard or which drawer I'm using, because actually that one seems like the perfect height. Still trying to figure out my desk setup in a way that is comfortable. I really do need to replace this fucking chair, though. Like, the two different heights on the arms is enough to make me a little insane. Ugh. Alright. So, yeah. We are working on the, like, Pokemon-inspired battle sim thing. And just a little insane, yeah. And also, I had an idea for the name of it. Because it's like, we don't have a name for it right now. I'm just kind of referring to it as like that Pokemon inspired battle sim thing. But ad break, I'm kind of liking that name. It's just like a name, ad break. I don't know why, because it's intended to be just a filler thing. This isn't supposed to be a thing that everyone is like here for. Although it would be kind of fun to try and do a big round robin tournament, but that's a different point entirely. But yeah, that's a thought. Anyways, in between the last stream and now, I made a to-do list. Oh, my mouse wheel was unlocked. So everything that is in red is like a major thing. So actually, I can actually hide all of this. So, and this is all stuff that I had thought of. This is not like much else. But like, we have to make sure the damage system works, because I got the damage system from Wolby to ensure that it works. I haven't tested it in the program yet, so we might need to pull up in Pokemon Showdown to just compare it and be like, hey, are we still getting the same numbers? Everything. Well, no. When I say major things, I mean like, this is like I would mark this as something to do, and in it is how do I do that thing, or notes on that thing. So when I say major things, I mean like big category, subcategory type of major. It's like, and there isn't any order in here as well. This is just, we pull open the list, we look at something and go, how do we do that? And then we try and implement it. Like the switching mechanic. I knew I needed a switching mechanic, so I made a red comment for switching mechanic. And then in it, I was like, okay, here's an idea, or here's something about it. And then here's like another thing in that thing. So this is just like me taking notes on what I'm doing. And I can use this just to kind of figure out how do I want to go about this. And I can just put a bunch of thoughts down at once. But yeah. Oh yeah, and the idea that I had is there really should be a commentary system, because like it'd be kind of fun to have it like talking along, but at the very least it should put it in chat too, so that way people who have ads on the screen aren't exempt. So that's actually something like that's going to be later, and it should just have to pull information that is generated from the other buttons, so it's not like it's going to be a big deal to implement this at the end, but that's something that I want to add in, but that's something I realized. But yeah, that's why I made this list. So let's probably test the damage calculator and make sure that this works. Run this, so it should get the Pokemons. Set the teams. Let me actually pull up Pokemon moves. Yeah, this thing. Congrats on your first. Default for Charmander. I don't know why it's doing this. Like, that's still so weird to me. But like, I guess it's fine, whatever. All right, move picker. We run that. What do we actually have right now? Open variable viewer. Blue move is tackle and red move is bubble. And it is a squirrel versus a Bulbasaur, so the Bulbasaur should resist this. So actually that'll be pretty good for the testing, because that'll include the damage calculator. We have to run this. Blue's Bulbasaur goes first. Okay, works out, because we want that one to go first. No, you're just gigglesing. You're giggling. All right. Yeah, so Pokemon battle. Oh yeah, I actually did put something in here. Yep, so this should send in chat. Okay, I broke something. Okay, command line 27. Why did I hit yes on that? I don't want to send that in. Command line 27. Pokemon stats. We're looking under attack. Attacking Pokemon. 1 second. Attacker Pokemon name. Or no, ID. We're looking for ID. Yeah, it is attacker. Okay. That is going to drive me insane, but at this point, I'm too invested to change it. Yep, attacker, attacker, attacker. All right, so now we have to get those informations back. This is... Blue's Bulbasaur goes first. What is the other Pokemon? Another Bulbasaur. Let's re-random that, actually. Okay, Charmander and Bulbasaur. There we go. Ember and Razor Leaf. Perfect. And Charmander goes first, so we'll see a super effective move. No crash. Blue's Charmander dealt 44 damage to Red's Bulbasaur, leaving them with nice. Okay, let's pull open the Pokemon Showdown damage calculator. Yeah, that's fine. Update that. Alrighty. So, also, there is one issue with my new desk setup that actually kind of annoys me, like the new drawer I have here, and that is that it it doesn't like lock out. It has like a little, like it has like a little bit of resistance and like a little click when I push the drawer all the way in, but on the way out, there isn't anything. And actually, I wonder, can I use this phone mount to just kind of like hold it open just so it has a little bit less wiggle? Whoop. Well, it's the other side that's really the problem. It's like one of the drawers has like more move than the other one. I wonder if I screwed it in wrong. Anyways, all right, so let's actually do this like this. No, fuck it. We're just gonna full screen this. All right, so not Bomb Snow. We have Charmander, sure, Little Cup, Sun Wall Breaker, why not? And then Bulbasaur, Sun Sweeper. Oh no. All right. And IVs are, well, HP doesn't matter. This was a special attack, so let's set that. And then there's no EVs. Serious, because that's neutral. There isn't any sun or anything. Level 50s. Yep, it adjusted that accordingly. And we want Ember. Yep, 40 based fire. Now we need special defense to be 16 IVs with 0 EVs. Timid just in case. No Eviolite, nope. And no choice scarf, I don't care. Status healthy, okay. I don't know, that's looking at overheat. We want to see Ember. So what did we do? We did 44 damage. So we have 4 instances of 44. Which means that if we look at the random number, it should be 85, 86, 87, or 88. Varasha's in such a zoomy mood. She's like trying to dig underneath pillows right now. 87. So that adds up. Now let's run this again. Dealt 50 damage. So is that one of the possible numbers? It is up here. So this is 100, or this would be 1. So 99, 98, 97, 96, 95. 98, yeah, it adds up. Let's try this one more time. Yeah, I don't have anything to check for negatives yet. All right, 48, that is in here. So it's between 95 and, what is that, like 87? I'll double check if I'm not certain. 90, yeah, no, that's within the range. Okay, so it looks like it works. Thank you so much, Woolby. Yeah, Woolby had, I talked about this in a different stream, but Woolby had decided to take on this challenge. And apparently looked at the code for Pokemon and found where it does the different roundings. So it now does if then checks and rounds up or down on the appropriate spots. Hold on. Where is this? Oh yeah, damage calculator. Yep. So it's just like constraints based move. So like we still have to add a couple of things in here, but like stab equals, yeah, here it is. If damage mod 1 is greater than 0.5, then damage, we ceiling it. If it's under 0.5, then we floor it, equal or less than, and we floor it. And it does this for like all those points it's relevant in. Like, mad respect to Woolby for helping out with this. That's so awesome. Now I need to, because we have status right here. Oh, because we don't have a status move category yet. Okay. So yeah. Yay, one thing on to-do list. Yeah, I was gonna do a thing that just tests each random number, but honestly, I don't feel like doing that. I think we need to have the Pokemon attack back. Floor it! Floor it! So in order to have a Pokemon attack back, it needs to, so after first attacker is determined, and then after the damage calculator, upkeep is after both Pokemon attack. Just putting that right there for right now. Soup indeed. It's like all coding soup right now. But yeah, after damage calculator has triggered, it needs to check, hey, one, does the other Pokemon attack? So we probably need to make a button that's just like, if you survived, and then we attack back using first, because the move picker does know what the other Pokemon's move is. So it can then grab the other Pokemon and then input that into the damage calculator, but invert it. And then it can say, oh yeah, the other one takes blank. Alternatively, we could actually have the damage calculator again. And so the damage calculator is down here. And then this, after it has done triggering, let me minimize this again so I don't have to scroll through all of this every single time. But yeah, and same here. I'm just minimizing this so I don't have to, I only need to look at the things that are relevant. Okay, because that is a lot easier to scroll through. But yeah, we could have it so that way at the end of this, it triggers the other button. So like, basically we copy this whole thing. When done, trigger damage calculator round 2, like second Pokemon. Although, I think I have a function in here for knowing who is like first. Yeah, Pokemon move picker first, say variables first. If we get the same information, but say it's second, well, no, then we have to do a whole different set of if-thens, and then we have to invert all of these. Well, no, actually, because currently this sets team, target, attacker, defender. So what I could do is we could have if value equals like second, right? Because right now it's red or blue. So like we could have a thing above it that is if value like first equals second or first equals 0 or something. Like the button no, I feel like that's gonna get really confusing. Like, to make it simple-brained, I just copy the entire button, but it feels wrong to copy the entire button when I already have this set up to account for which team is attacking which. Taking a sip of water. That's actually a lie. It's diet caffeine-free Pepsi, because it's so rare I see diet caffeine-free sodas, and I had to try it, and it is... It's like a light caramel flavor. Not like it tastes like caramel, like, you know, like cooked sugar and cream. No, it tastes like a very light, like you could tell this is like a caramel flavor they put in it, or caramel color that they put in it. Like that's the light flavor, but like it's weirdly pleasant, so I don't know. 6 out of 10. It contains no diet caffeine. Yep, no diet caffeine at all. All right. In case I do mess this up, I am actually going to copy this button. Oh, damage calculator backup. Oh no, that backup is in case I fucked up the other one. So paste button, damage calculator, edit appearance, backup. Always save a backup before you do a bunch of changes. All right, so we're gonna first try and make this work as it inverts these. Because if I did this right, yeah, Pokemon battle equals attack, attacker, defender. Yeah, if I should have done this right, all I have to do is just invert who is attacking and defending on the second round. So what we can do, sorry, brush is like jumping everywhere. Oh, we need to, if statement. Let's get an if statement going. So if it's like first half, no, top or bottom of turn. I like that. We could do top and bottom. So like if half equals top, so the top half of the turn, bottom half of the turn. I don't want to say first because first is used right here and I don't want to confuse myself. So if half equals, so if it's the top half, then we do this as per normal. Else, let's actually get this here. Wait, that's first. Pokemon move picker, first equals 0. Yeah, so we're resetting what first is first. Okay, first equals red. Yeah, so first is just going to be a string red or blue. So Yeah, getting that information here isn't... No, wait, that is not what we want. We want if half is this. Because if half is going to be bottom, which is the only other option... Okay, then what we're doing... Oh no, it's not going to be a... No, we'll see if it's a string. Actually, let me just see that real quick. Just... I'm curious. I want to confirm this. Set local variable. We want half equals top. Run open variable viewer. Undefined. Okay. Second. Is there something on my screen here? Yeah, there was. What the hell was that? Anyways. Well, good thing we didn't do that. Then yeah, it has to be in quotes. Yep. Okay. So it'll be a string, which that's totally fine. Okay. So if we're on the top half of the turn, then we set it correctly. Else... Oh, shoot. Okay. You know, no, we're going to keep this right here because we need this information. Because what we're going to do is... Oh, wait. We could copy this if statement and then put that in here, and then we just invert if it's 1 or 2 and everything. Like, we invert where... we just flip these two around. Because then it's blue attacking back on red. Trying to think if there's another elegant way of doing that. Because logically we just have to do... Well, no, then we don't need first equals blue. We still need to check if it's red or blue anyways, because if this doesn't just invert it, and then this would still happen anyways. So we actually do have to... Oh, fine, then I'll delete all of that. So like, if it's the top half, then we do it as per normal, where the faster Pokemon goes first. That's what this is doing. And this just accounts for which Pokemon it is that is attacking at a time, if it's the red or the blue. Then could we get away with just swapping red into blue? Like, if we still have this down here, where this still assigns the correct values and all the stuffs, top half equals top, and this checks that normally. And then if it's not, then all we have to do is just reverse what... Okay, yeah, no, I like that. I like that. If statement, if first equals red, then we set it to blue. Set local variable, set first to blue. Because since it'll be blue, it'll trigger the other half where blue attacks red. Yeah, team blue, target is red. Yep. And of course, if we're on the top half and first equals red, or sorry, if we're not on the top half, yep, if half doesn't equal top, if first equals red, then we make it blue. If first doesn't equal red, then it should already be blue, and then we just keep going. Because, no, we need to invert that anyways. Yeah, no, we have to invert that too. Then first equals red. Because if it doesn't equal red, then it equals blue, and we need to make sure that it equals the correct number, or the correct value, which in this case should be red. All right, and then that should flip it around so that way the other Pokemon are attacking. I'm making comments as I go. I was talking about it the other stream of like, I wish that this was a thing, but like this is just what I have to do now. Second. Okay, the second Pokemon to attack back. And then we have actually, I need to quote these just for my own sanity. So yeah, half determines that. First assigns the correct slot. Oh wait. Someone worked out how long it take to 100% Mega Sapphire Ruby. Wait. Old school RuneScape. Okay, it's basically impossible. Nah, that makes sense. That game got so feature crept over the years. Finds the correct slot according to which team Pokemon is attacking at that half of the turn. Okay. Yeah, I'm Pokemon brained right now. So when this is done, so now that we have the amount of HP of the Pokemon stored, what we can do is we need to, 1 second. Yeah, so this minuses the damage. Oh. A Mega Sapphire, Ruby Sapphire. That's where my brain was. It's a Mega Sapphire, Ruby Sapphire. And I was like, that's not the right phrasing. What? Like, can I change the color of this? Oh, that's fun. I can change the color of this. Oh, I didn't know that. I'm still gonna make it red. All right. I have a sneeze that's threatening to attack me right now. Because I acknowledged it's not going to happen, but instead it's gonna like stress my brain. That's assuming you're playing 24/7. Geez, what's like the one holdup? Or like, is there one or two things that like is a huge outlier? All right, so this just gets their HP left, which if we already have their HP left, what we can do, okay, so we have their HP, defender, yeah, so we subtract the damage from their HP, we get that number, and then we actually need to set that number to 0 if it's, okay. If statement, actually no, let's just get their HP first. HP, yeah, it's just HP. So we get their HP, and then we actually want to do a set local variable. We want HP left to be equal to HP minus damage. And then we want to do a quick if statement. If HP left is equal to or less than 0, or I guess let's just say less than 0. Yeah, fuck it, it's fine. Then set local variable HP left to 0. Okay. The ones from Clue Scrolls, because some of the high level ones take a really long time to do apparently. Max Cape plus Music Cape plus Quest Cape plus Achievement Diary Cape plus Combat Achievements would take around 3,000 to 5,000 hours in playtime, which IMO is close enough. Jesus Christ. That is so much. Alright. If HP isn't equal or less than 0, then we don't change the number. And now we set their, yeah, we want to set their defender's HP to HP left. And, oh, do we want to do another check where, yeah, no, their HP left to be 0. So actually we can trigger another button in here if we wanted to. Yeah, because the Pokemon can't have negative health. Like if I run this right now, it should set, you know what, let's find out. Leaving them with 92, 77, 62, 15, 15, or what? 16, 0. And now if I run it again, there we go. Perfect. They're left with 0. Sorry for the chat spam there. Bulbasaur's gone fucking crazy, man. Also, I think Charmander was supposed to go first, so my invert thing I don't think worked. Oh, because half doesn't equal top, because currently there is no value for half. That doesn't exist yet. Okay. So we need to set that, actually, because right now only the second, like the bottom half Pokemon is attacking. Which is actually good to know that it does account for that well, like it does swap those correctly. All right, but now that they are at 0, we need to give them a status of fainted. That's what I think we're going to do, is we're going to make that a status. Yeah, reload this. So like yeah, so we need to set the status of the Pokemon. Let's say 1 equals fainted. Does that sound fair to people? Like 0 is there isn't a status, 1 is fainted, and then every other status like 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever is like for poison, burn, like asleep, all that jazz. I think 1 being dead makes sense. No, it's because I'm forgetful. Okay, and whenever we add a new one, we can add that in. There's be a notebook with that written on the front. Notes because I'm forgetful. Oh, I totally believe that to exist. All right. So if their HP is, yeah, if their HP is 0, then we actually want to set their status to fainted. Yes. Yeah. CSV set box. CSV name is Pokemon Battle. Column name is status. Row name number is defender. And we want to set their status to 1. If their status is 1, then we make sure they're not allowed to attack. And because of this, so if their status is a 1, then in the like whatever the next thing is that checks this stuff, like upkeep is at the end of the turn. This is an upkeep in the middle of the turn to say, hey, is that Pokemon fainted yet? We can have that button basically communicate, hey, this Pokemon is fainted, it doesn't get an attack, and the turn just starts swapping. Like trigger the swap mechanic, right? Trying to think. Yeah, I like that. All right. It's like, that's making logical sense to me. I don't know if it does for anyone else who's listening in. HP minus 0, HP left, Pokemon status. Okay, so we do have to set what like half equals top is. So we actually need to initialize that variable. Where do I have this as a thing? Okay, I don't think we want an array. Damn. All right, where do I have variables set initially? Because I don't know what the exact formatting is on this. None of those would be it. None of these would have it. Let's just commands. These are really old commands too. It's like, it's things that like bounce between other things. Up dog. I don't know, what's up with you? Ah, where is... Setting initial variables. Because whenever something is modifying another button's variable... Wait, no, shouldn't it make the variable if I modify another button's variables? So, like, you know, we determine the first attacker. I love that. We're working on this. All I can see on the side is hype booty. Poke hype booty. Okay, yeah, that's actually pretty funny. Didn't even notice. Where is... God, I really need to find something to wedge into this desk. Get like a door jamb just so I can wedge that in here. Good enough. Are you winning? Yes. I'm actually winning super well. All right, so yeah, we have to make sure that first is established. So whenever we determine first attacker, so whenever this triggers and sets first, afterwards, because this will only trigger the first time, then we set the Pokemon. Okay, so we want to set half to top. Set a button variable. Yep, set button variable. Button ID is damage calculator. Variable name is half, and we want to set it to top. Because the only way that this triggers is it's, oh, sorry, poke is a me thing. It's a testing command. Yeah, I'm awake, stop that. Lets me know that SAMMI is working. Yep, only for me. So yeah, if half equals top, then we do all that stuff. And now when we trigger this button a second time, then we can do half equals bottom. Actually, we don't have to do that like that, because if half equals top, then we actually set this here. Set local variable, set half to bottom. Because then it won't be top on the next time this triggers, and it'll flip these. And because the only way it flips it back is when determine first attacker is triggered, and determine first attacker only triggers at the, basically before either Pokemon moves, the only way damage calculator would pick the second Pokemon is if the second Pokemon is still alive after the first Pokemon attacks. Because what's going to happen is this button will be checking if the second Pokemon is still alive. So let's actually edit appearance. Is second Pokemon still alive? All right, so we want to get box. That's set box, get box. Yeah, we want to, whoops, undo that. Undo. Copy. Yeah, Pokemon Battle HP, Defender HP. Yep, so we want to get the Defender's HP. So we get their HP, and then if statement, if HP equals, actually no, let's set this into a number. If the number's a float, that's fairly possible. Wait a second. You know that trend where people multiplied a random number in their code by 1,000? I wonder how many people did that, accidentally fix a bug by doing so. Oh yeah, no. It's actually very possible if it was a float. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see that message, Neo. String to number? Because we have the HP value, but we want to turn it into a number. If this is equal to or less than 0, what it does is, well, actually, if it's greater than, let's actually flip this around. So Pokemon damage calculator. Oh wait, I just realized, did I? Oop, I had the wrong one there. That would have been annoying. Then if it's not 0, then, oh wait, we don't have the defender yet. We have to get that variable too. Whoops. All right, whatever. Let's trigger button. Button ID, 0 delay. All right, yeah, so we have to get what this variable is, because currently we don't know. So we want to get button variable. Get button variable. The button ID we're looking for is in Pokemon damage calculator. We're getting the variable defender. Save variable as defender. So let's double check. Defender, yep. So this should still be this value. So yeah, we're getting whatever the defender's name is, or their ID is. We're getting that for this. Yep, and we get the box that says how much HP is on the defending Pokemon. And if that number is greater than or if it's greater than 0, then we triggered Pokemon damage calculator. And because the damage calculator already switches the top half and bottom half of the turn whenever it triggers here, then it will, well, it'll swap so the defender is attacking the attacker instead. And in this, we should probably have this also do the thing that like says, hey, this Pokemon is fainted, like trigger the switch instead. So if HP is we're actually gonna put a comment into here. Trigger switch for defending team side. Okay. Come on. Bottom check. It's for the bottom half of the turn. It's just gonna be the naming convention. I mean, it's coding. Everything sounds weird. It's a Pokemon bottom check. Trigger a Pokemon attack and is used. Yep. So we are not doing anything in this thing yet. All right. Oh, should we actually? Ooh. So, because we already have a thing that checks like, hey, is anything like dead or dying? Well, no, we'll trigger the update or upkeep if the other Pokemon, if this Pokemon faints. Yeah. Yeah, because we want to switch we want to do the upkeep and then trigger the switch if there is a switch. All right, so I think it's time I make the switch command. Actually, hold on. Let's have this trigger the other button. Second Pokemon's still alive, so this is Pokemon bottom check. Damage calculator. And, okay, so if HP left is greater than or equal 0, we set it to 0. We set them to fainted, which will, yeah, and then it won't trigger the Pokemon bottom check. Trigger button. Button ID is Pokemon bottom check. So yeah, this will trigger this button, which gets if the first one is fainted, sure. Which, do we... No, we can put this down here. Because we already, like, you know, they're obviously fainted here. And then it's, yeah, and this saves it to the values. And then, yeah, we set the box, we save the CSV, and then we trigger the button for the bottom check. Then bottom check is triggered. So let's say the Pokemon is alive right now. We got their information. We know that they have greater than 1 HP. We trigger it and it is greater than 1. So we trigger the damage calculator. So the damage calculator triggers. And now the second Pokemon fights, but the Pokemon survives. Then because their stuff isn't a 0, it doesn't update this. So it then triggers this. Yeah, so we need to have the second Pokemon thing also change Oh gosh, we need it to check if this variable is first or is top or bottom. And if the variable is bottom, then it triggers upkeep instead. Yep. Yeah. All right, so we need to get the value for half and label it as half. If we're in the top half, then we'll do nothing. Like we're not doing anything if we're in the top half still. Which actually, let's just make this strictly check if we're in the bottom half. Okay, so if we're in the bottom half, then, you know, we trigger this thing. If statement, damage calculator. Yeah, it'll have to be after this. Well, wait. No, we want to check if it's the bottom half before we're, like, triggering the switch and such, because this will trigger the other Pokemon to attack. So yeah, we do actually have to have this be in here. So if the turn is the top half, then we're doing this part. If we're doing the bottom half, then what we want to do is we actually want to trigger upkeep, because this will only trigger for upkeep. Yep. So comment trigger upkeep. I'm labeling these as red so I can see them a little easier later. All right. So yep, and now because the other thing is set to bottom, this button triggers. It will get to the upkeep stage. We won't trigger the other Pokemon damage calculator because that is only if this doesn't equal bottom. Which also accounts for if we somehow fuck up in the damage calculator and make it, instead of like we trigger this before we have like first and second and everything established, or top and bottom established. Okay, go make food. Go make food, Neo. All right, I think I need to make the switch thing now. So I'm not looking forward to this switch because this is going to be juggling. So what we need to do is in 1 and 4 are the Pokemon that we are, 1 and 4 are the slots of the active Pokemon. So 1 is red team, 4 is blue team. And whatever values are here, that is the current active Pokemon on that side. I don't know why I made this all in one, but honestly, I think even now I still prefer this all in one. And this Bulbasaur is negative 29 HP. Let's go. Look, we always love a comeback king. Negative 29 HP and still beat up the Charmander. But yes, the yeah, so what we need to do is, like right now this Charmander is fainted, right? Because this Charmander is fainted, we need to grab all of this information, store it somewhere for a moment, move all of like 5 or 6 information up here, and then we have to replace what information was there with what's here. Now, one thing I could do is have something that's an established active slot where it checks to see, hey, which slot is the active one for red team? And then it'll say, oh, right now the active slot is 1. And when we do a switch, we just say, okay, no, now the active slot is going to be 3. And so we ignore, like, whenever we're checking for the Pokemon stats and everything, it's looking in slot number 3. The reason I don't like that idea, or that, well, oh, god damn it, I just realized. I think I'm going to have to do it like that, because if let's say I add new things in here, right? Like right now we are tracking move 1, the power points, move 2, power points, move 3, power points, move 4, power points. What if I had to add another thing on here, right? Like type change, or I decide to have the battle info store all of the stuffs, like all the Pokemon types, all of their stats and everything in here, so I don't have to reference the giant CSV. Then wherever I do the switching thing, because it has to pull each individual little item and then has to dump every little item in the right slot, I would have to add a new line for every single fucking one. Versus, yeah, no, just make it, instead of we're on slot 1, we're on slot 3. It's like, done. It's like, that's just a lot easier, and it accounts for that for later. Fudge. Which means I'm going to have to find everywhere it references slot 1, 2, 3 and set that as, and make sure it's grabbing the right thing. Dang it. Dang it. Oh, and the ad break's starting soon too. We'll see what we can get done before the ad break starts. So where do we set these? Yeah, so this is where we set slots, but obviously we don't want to like trigger this constantly. Yeah, Pokemon name, yeah, so this is just when we were doing some testing, but like we don't want to be triggering this constantly. So what we could do is we could save in here, Pokemon teams, what active slot for red is and active slot for blue is. And whenever we're checking that at the top, we just say, hey, get this info for me. Or we could put that in upkeep. I think I prefer that in upkeep. Yeah, you know what? We're going to put that in upkeep. So I'm going to put that in the notes. Active slot for red and blue is stored in, what is the button name? Yeah, no, Pokemon Battle Upkeep. I'm gonna have to go through and change that away from Pokemon later, but whatever. Stored in Pokemon Battle Upkeep. All right. And let us edit default variables. Oh, fudge, how did I do this? I know that it is not the same, but this gives me an idea of what my formatting has to be. So what we need is red slot is default 1, and then blue slot is going to default be 4. Validate. It is valid. Reinitialize. Okay, so we did that correctly. So red slot and blue slot are saved. Hooray! So with that saved, we now need wherever it checks for active slot stuffs, like here, like attacker and defenders, is slot 1, slot 4. We need to change that to be referencing that number instead. Oh boy. But I'm going to run the ad break and take a quick break myself. When we get back, we're going to start doing that. I'm taking all guesses as to how far we're going to get today. If I can get like a full round of combat and like have it repeat until a Pokemon is fainted, I will be so happy. If we can make it actually simulate an entire battle, I would be over the fucking moon. Like if we can complete an entire battle in just today, then we can spend more time beautifying it and making it like function cleaner and be easier to understand and easier to read. That would be so fucking awesome. And I think there's a chance that we can get that far. I think there's a chance. But yeah, we're going to be right back, y'all. I hit the button.
Quick, while the non-subs aren't able to hear. Compliment me in chat.
Huh. Random user display name. I think I know what happened there. Let me actually adjust that. That's not even, I don't even have to poke into Wynn's brain. I just have to edit a file on the computer. Where is this file? Yeah, documents, Twitch. Should be in text responses. Yeah, oh wait. Oh shit. In order to change that, I do have to poke into Wynn's brain. I don't like having to poke into Wynn's brain while I'm live. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to minimize that window so I can try and remember that later. But yeah, we're back. We're back. We survived. Yay. All right, so what were we doing? So remember what we were doing? Switching. That's right, we were doing the switching thing. We were checking all of the current slot stuffs. Yeah, so this is all checking in row number 1 for the red. What we need to do here is we need to check the Pokemon Battle upkeep variable for the, okay, yeah, so get button variable, button ID, Pokemon Battle upkeep, get variable red slot, save variable as red slots. We're just going to keep that consistent. Do the same for blue slots. Pokemon stuff. Where it's all Pokemon stuff. Yeah, so we're looking in red slots. If... Wait, what? Why was... Yeah, no, that is correct. Yeah, no, I was doing that right. Yeah, red slot, red slot, red slot, red slot. If... Oh, no, if the move that they're using is greater than or equal to 1, then we get that info and we insert it. Yeah, so we're checking. Okay, yeah, we're checking to see if they have enough power points in each thing. And if all of them are zeros, which means they have no power points at all, then Pokemon Red moves, we insert the move Struggle. Okay, so now we do the same for blue slot. So instead of slot 4, it's just what's known as blue slot. Because now we aren't referencing where we are not referencing just 4. We are referencing what Pokemon is the thing. So this is for priority check. This is not priority check. Okay. Okay, now we need to determine first attacker, and instantly I'm seeing a lot of this, so I'm gonna make my life a little bit easier. Copy this. Paste. There we go. So yeah, red slot. We're getting the box of the Pokemon in the red slot. I'm doing all red stuffs right now. If there's a speed tie, we do this. So this is just saying who's going first. This is saying who is going second, and it sets the damage calculator thing. So now blue slot. They have no power points. The enemy is relieved that they don't have to watch another presentation. Exactly. It's like, oh god. Officemon has really been brutal lately. Ophion. That sounds like a ghost type evolution, actually. Never mind. Alright, so we are looking for any attacker equals 1, defender equals red slots, because the red slot is what's defending now. This is where it's gonna actually no, this is already accounting for 1s and 2. Yeah, this already accounts for it correctly, because everything down here, hey, I actually did this a little bit smartly. Everything down here adjusts automatically based on what's up here, because it could be red or blue is who's attacking first. So because of that, I only have to do that. Yay. I made myself life a little easier. And this isn't looking for slot numbers. Wow. So can we do the switch then? I guess we can do switch then. Huh. All right, edit appearance. Switch. This should be what switches the Pokemon. Pokemon battle switch. So I'm just staring at Kitten. She is like digging in the couch and will like look up and just stares at the frogs and then starts digging again. It's like I'm watching a nature documentary. But the creature we're watching is an idiot. Anyways. Alright, so Pokemon Battle Switch. So yeah. Whenever this is done, trigger upkeep. Yeah, trigger switch for defending team side. Trigger upkeep as well. Which we... Oh gosh, something in the to-do list. I just realized something in the to-do list. Not Pokemon attack back. Check if a team has won. She'll find a way into there through the sofa. Yeah, you know what? She'll figure it out one day. One day. Good evening, Llama. All right, so, how to check? Can check, all Pokemon HPs, or can, okay, one second. I'm formatting this in a way that makes sense to me. So how do we want to know if a team has won? A counter for remaining Pokemon? Uptick a counter if a Pokemon faints? Then 3 equals lose. There's also stuffs like what I was thinking initially was when switching, if there's no valid targets to switch to, they lose. Well, no, I don't like that actually, because if you just randomly trigger switch and you have full HP, then you lose because there's no valid Pokemon to switch. It's like both your teammates are fainted. Looking for change and get a treat. Joke's on you. Barasha doesn't understand treats. But yeah, how's the morning? This. Like, this is a to-do list of just like ideas and stuff to implement eventually. And yeah, so I think we'll probably add that into upkeep. The check if a team is won, like remaining Pokemon, or like remaining, yeah, just remaining, whatever it could be, or losses. And it's like, all right, you've lost 1 time, you lost 2 times, you've lost 3 times, whatever. Oh yeah, by the way, there is a concept in here. So I want this to be like a betting thing, but I don't really want to tie it to fish. So, but like I might still. Wow, this Pepsi is making me burp. I'm upset. Sorry about that. Basically, what I want is, after a battle is done, it has a thing that scrolls by, and it says like, here's all the people who won, like who guessed correctly. Here's like what they won, or the concept I have in here currently is I actually want it to be, brain, like whenever you guess a team, like you guess team green, there's no green, I don't know why I said green, team red, yeah, you guess team red, and it'll say like, all right, this person guessed correctly because team red won, and it'll say, yeah, this person has guessed correctly like 55% of the times or something, or like has guessed 25 out of 50 times. Then, you know, it guessed correctly 25 out of 50 times, like, oh, they got 50% rate, shit like that. But what I want to do is I want it so that if the person that's scrolling by contributed to this, either like some of the art assets, some of the ideas for it, or like it just like helped contribute to this thing, I want to highlight their name. So as the names are scrolling by, you can see like, yeah, there's like, yeah, there's Hentabo, like who like, here's their win-loss rate or whatever, and you can tell that they were someone who had contributed like a character or something. If you're guessing it doesn't exist, it's called an idiot. Yeah, right. Oh yeah, win would absolutely do that. Mink says, so if the number of losses equals the number of mons you had at the start of the battle, it triggers a lost state. Like, there's only ever going to be 3. There's no options for other than 3. I don't have any intent on making other than 3. So what is it? That's kind of what I'm leaning into, of like, whenever a Pokemon's HP hits 0, like, change something in upkeep, like change a variable in upkeep to say that that team has lost blank Pokemon. Yeah, I think, yeah, we're going to just add that. We're just going to make it that, because it, yeah, I'm trying to think of like what other options would even do. Like like, because if it's a thing that is upticking, like, oh, do I want to add a number or subtract a number? And if it's at 0, then they are considered as lost. Here, we're just gonna, red remaining, because if I use the phrase lost, there's a chance that I get confused with something else later. So we're going to use a more unique remaining. Blue remaining. And then whenever this hits 0, then it triggers a lost state. Current action slot for business Pokemon battle. Current remaining Pokemon for each team is stored in Pokemon battle upkeep. I like having these variables that we have to call on constantly in one place if I can. All right, switch thing. So, Pokemon Battle Switch. Okay, so what we need to do is when a switch is initialized, we need to figure out who we are switching first. So, let us make a if statement right away. And if target, because it's the target of the switch, I guess. No, we're gonna do switch because I'm probably gonna have target be who we are switching with. I'd hazard. If it equals red, so red team is switching, then we'll do, like, we'll basically say, hey, whoever is red, we're gonna do all the stuff there. Let's just do this assuming red to start for my own sanity. And in the move picker, get button variables because we're going to need this. You're gonna need these slots. Because well, I guess we don't need to know if it's red or blue quite yet. Yeah, that'll be in here actually. If it's red, then we're switching red team. If it's blue, we're switching blue team. So we know the current slot. And ooh, okay. So red team is 1, 2, 3. Blue team is 4, 5, 6. So we need to make sure that it only gets between like 1, 2, and 3 and cannot get 4, 5, 6, but it also can't get itself. Like if right now red team is in slot number 1. If we then want to switch the red slot out, we could just say, oh yeah, pick a random number between 2 and 3. Okay, great. Now we're switching between 2 and 3. But then we switch again. And it's like, all right, currently I'm on slot number 2. Where do we swap to? Between 2 and 3. It's like, okay, we're going to 3, and it'll never pick 1 again. So we want to make sure that it cannot pick the one it currently is. How do we calculate that? Like, it's logically a 50-50 chance, but we need to know which ones are valid slots. Brain was running a mile a minute there. If we want to do it really messily, what we can do is hold on, wait. I'm gonna pull up MS Paint. God, just fucking fill that. There we go. There we go. I'm not even, I'm just drawing this with my mouse. So what if we want to make it really fucking messy? We could have it be like, you know, where's, there we go. I don't know why it was like that. But yeah, it's like, okay, we load up slots 1, 2, 3. I'm not gonna draw it with my mouse. Or not load up slots. We load up a number 1, 2, and 3. And then we just do like a quick if check of, is the current slot I am matching this? If so, we remove it from the array. So, you know, we make a little array that's just like, oh yeah, red team is slots 1, 2, and 3. Yay, and that's all that's in the array, is just these 3 numbers. And then it looks at the current slot. So if our current slot that we have right now for red team is slot 2, it goes, hey, is slot 2 in here? And it goes, oh yeah, I'm right here. And it gets a gun out, and it's like, you're not anymore. And then remove slot 2. So now the only options are 1 and 3. And then we can do a random array poll. Hopefully my illustrations make a lot of sense. All right, so we want to populate, okay. All right, actually we need to make the array first, which is in the move picker, default variables. Edit default variables. So we're not doing moves, we're doing switch targets. Yeah, sure, S. And then, wait, yep, that's correct. Reinitialize, is that valid? Yep, okay, it's valid, sweet. So if we have this, yep, switch array targets is currently at 0. We want to clear array. Array name is switch targets. Welcome back from dinner. So now this array is completely empty. If the switch target is this, then array insert, array name switch targets, and we want to insert value 1, and then value 2 and value 3. If the, is copy the lower one? Yeah, it is. If it's blue, then we actually want to insert 4, 5, and 6. Not 56, 4, 5, and 6. Awesome. So now the array will be populated with whatever our target is. If, oh yeah, we also want to set switch. Actually, no, we don't want to clear it here. We trigger this and we also send over the data for this. All right, so now that we have this and we know which our current slot is, what we're going to do is array remove. Oh no, this removes a specific position. We actually have to find which position we're looking for. Array search should be in here. Find value. Array name, switch targets. Save array position as invalid target. And we find what the value we're looking for is known as blue slot. Because blue slot, oh no, wait, no, we're not trying to find blue slot. We're trying to find, fuck. Get my variable, blue slot, red slot. Okay, okay, I want to make this like agnostic where I don't have to type in like blue slot or red slot. We just want to find like current slots. Current slot, cool. So current slot. So what we need to do is we are set a local variable for current slot to be equal to whatever we just got here. Now we don't have to care because we populated the arrays in here, and we got which one it is. So we are grabbing whichever valid is in target we're grabbing whichever one is the invalid target that we cannot switch to, and then array find value. Wait, no, we already found the value. Oh, you watched the Kermit Joker thing? It's like, it's a video, it's a story. It's a story. All right, so now we know which value it is, so we need to do an array remove. And we know which position is because it is position invalid target in switch targets. And then array. It should be, we should be able to remove, or not remove, we should be able to randomize. Yep. Yeah, so this pulls a random one out of this array. Array name, switch targets, save variable as target. We don't need the position. I played a lovely game of Jackbox Party yesterday and purchased a TKO shirt from it. And writes, I quote, Glorp 2, Revenge of Glimbo, Slungo my Glimbo Plorbus. I actually made a t-shirt. I like sold a t-shirt on my shop that I had made from TKO thing. I still love that fucking shirt. I actually need to get a new one soon. I've been wearing it so much that I'm wearing it out. I love multi-layered is though the fact he made a post on Am I the Asshole as the uncle's a nice touch. Yeah, that was a very nice touch for it. Like, there is a... God, I saw a sentiment at one point where trolling is a lost art. Because nowadays, if someone says they're trolling or whatever, they're just an asshole, right? Like, they've done something mean or rude or crass, and they're just being a dick. But for a long time in the history of the internet, or at least in the early days of the history of the internet, I can't say for a long time, I think it's been longer this wasn't the case than was. But towards the beginning of it, being a troll was like more of a classy thing of like, this person was committed to this bit of just fooling everybody. Like, it may have been a bit crass and rude, but it was like, there was an art to it. This was something that you had to have genuine thought and effort put into it, and you kind of appreciate it, even if you may have been the target of it. Yeah, trolling's become too mean, as you're saying. Yeah, I think so. I think that's a good way of phrasing it. And it's like, that individual, Kermit Joker, is definitely closer to the former than the latter. How much type of coding have you done before? What is this program? This program is called SAMMI. It is the program I do win with. 1 second. SAMMI Solutions. Not documentation, just go to their website. I'm just gonna post a link to them in the chat here. You know, this is what I use for Win, which is my stream bot. And like all of the redeems, actions, editable stuff's on stream, mini games, the in-stream currency, like any of the animations you see whenever someone follows or whenever someone triggers a like banner redeem in the using cuties, all of that is done through SAMMI. In fact, the only thing I don't use SAMMI for, and I have intent on switching this just because, is the on-screen chat. That is the only thing that that I don't use SAMMI for. Everything else I use SAMMI. And how much experience do I have? See previous statement. I'm at the point now where I'm planning on making extensions to send to other friends who are using SAMMI for their streams, so that they can have some of the power that I have. Like already my quote system, I've handed over to like 4 people, I think. And along with a handful of other commands I've made. All right, so we're polling the target and we want to set the value of, yeah, active slot is in here. Yeah, we want to set the value of the active slot to be that. Oh yeah, no, I like break every fucking bot that I've ever used in my time on Twitch. Like I've said it before, Win is probably one of the most complicated fucking bots on Twitch. I say that, but there's literally the record for the pipe train, which is beaten by a person with a really well-made AI bot. Like genuinely, it's impressive. Like that's something I want Win to be. That is something I want Win to be, and I would absolutely like do the exact same shit that he's doing, but I know I do not have the equipment to run it. Anyways, but you know, I've been breaking every single bot that I've ever had a hold of, And multiple times I've been told by the makers of the bots from like back in back in the day with the Onk bot to mix it up to like some other bot I used. I can't remember how long that one. I don't think I was using it for too long. Like I had the devs be in the chat, be like, or just outright tell me, it's like, no, that's not possible. You can't make it do that. And I'm like, I fucking made it work, bitch. I made it work. It's going to cry, but I made it work. And SAMMI has been the one that I have had that happen the least. I've had one of the developers for SAMMI in my chat multiple times, and it was helping me with making some stuff function. And I only once ever have I been told that's not how that works. And they didn't say that to say that the overarching thing I wanted to do wouldn't work. It was the way I was trying to do it wouldn't work, and showed me the way to do it. And I'm like, okay, I haven't broken this one yet. Well, I have, but I mean, that's because I code bad. The shark has unlimited power. All right, so we know what the number is we're trying to set stuffs to. So that means we have to update blue slot or red slot in here. 1 second. Default reinitialize. There we go. So yeah, we need to know which slot we are changing, which means we actually need to set another variable. Wow, this is like, I like how all of this is just to make it so all of this doesn't have to be in the if-then statements. The if-then statements are longer. That's fun. Team equals, in this case, red. Oh, we have to make this a string. Oh no, we can do that without a string. Just because anything can't be waifu, when doesn't mean everything needs to be waifu. No, shark is waifu. Yeah, so we're setting the team to a variable called red. And now we have blue. Yeah. And what we can do is we set button variable. Button ID is Pokemon Battle Upkeep. Variable name is going to be team underscore slot, and we equal target. Now, the one thing I'm not certain of is I'm pretty sure that may be that may be invalid. Yep, unidentified. Dang it. I don't think that'll work if we make it a string. Blue slot full. Wait, did that actually update that? On. Invalid target is 0. Wait, 0. That shouldn't be a 0. Wait. Undefined slot. Okay, that's funny. But yeah, like, yep. Let's just run this again. So we run it. Variable. So it grabbed 5. So, you know, blue slot 5. Let's just make sure that update in here. Blue slot's still 6. So yep, it's not updating that button. So it's not setting up Pokemon Battle Upkeep, just making sure I did that name. And because I know myself, let's just make sure I spelled that right. Yep, that was correct. Yeah, so team target. Yeah, so we're gonna have to put all this in here, because it is possible to like make a variable like that where it's like blank slot or variable slot, but it's such a annoyance. I just don't feel like doing that. And honestly, I just have to do this like this, so screw it, let's just do this. All right, so current slot equals red slot. What we need is, I deleted something I should not have deleted. There we go. yeah, array find value. Yeah, so we're finding current slot. I'm just gonna, like, we can delete. No, undo that. It's a local variable. We don't need current slot for this. What we can do is just red slot, because we're just looking in the red slot. And then we remove the target as an invalid target. Yep. So in switch targets, we're removing invalid target. We randomize and we get something called target out of that array. And then we set a button variable in that other button, but not equal to team slot. It is just going to be, oh wait, no, I just realized how to do this in a really easy way. Shit. I'm doing this the OG way. We're doing this the OG way. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, so set string variable. Aha. String variable is going to be team. Yes. And we want the string text to be red slot. Trying to move my chair around a bit and it's so creaky. All right, and so we set that variable as that. Watch, it's not going to allow a string variable. But we should maybe be able to get away with just saying team, and it replaces it with that. Let's hit run and see what happens. 4 and 5. So it, yep, 6. Current slot 6. And this should be 6. Blue slot 6. Oh my gosh, that worked. Wait, why is red slot 4? Red slot should never be a 4. 1 second. Reinitialize. I think one of those earlier commands changed red slot for some reason. And run this again. Blue slot is still 4. Team red. Oh yeah, no, the team is an old thing. Yeah, red's. Oh wait. Oh shit. That should be blue slot, not red slot. Whoops. Blue slot 4. Okay, no, I have to reinitialize the variables over here, I bet. Yep, red slot is 6. Whoops. Reinitialize. Okay. Yep, we're back to 1 for that. Run. Well, oh yeah, blue slot is 6. Look at that. We did it. It works. Good Ninkata. Who's a good Ninkata? Yes, you are. You're a good Ninkata. All right. So yeah, now this has successfully caused a switch. The thing is that the switch command. God, I really need to replace this fucking chair. All right, so we need to trigger the switch command and use the correct person. So if it's red or if it's blue. So let's add a thing into the move picker because we need to first see which Pokemon is switching, if a Pokemon is switching. So we're clearing out red and blue rays. So we need to add a random variable here. Variable is switch chance. Let's just do switch chance. What should the switch chance be? Llama, we are gonna have fun in the code jungle. Welcome to the code jungle. This is where I cried. But yeah, no. You have a good time. Moving around my desk. God, everything is awful. All right, so we need a minimum and maximum chance. Minimum chance of 1, max is, let's just say 10 for now. I don't want them to be switching constantly because it's disadvantageous to switch, but I want them to have a decent chance of switching. So it's like, yep, 1 in 10 chance of switching. All right. And then if statement, if... Oh, wait, no, we have to switch chance per Pokemon, actually. Yeah, so red team move checker. It'll be red switch chance. Ooh, Saribot's currently banning a handful of new names. New round of bannables. All right. If statement... Whoops, did that wrong. If statement, if red switch chance is, let's say, equal to or greater than, just for the purpose of this right now, 8. So it's roughly, yeah, 8, 9, and 10. So it's like a 3 in 10 chance of switching. If it switches, then they do the switch thing. If they don't switch, then what they do is they get all their other moves and they do this whole other thing. What bot is banning what? You guys can't see it because Saribot is on is a mod here. I'm not sure, just gonna get a screenshot just to show. Whoop. There you go. Saribot is a bot made by well, person on Twitch that just does a lot of tech stuffs and general mod support stuffs on Twitch, like banning when bad actors are detected. All right, so yeah, if red isn't what's switching, then what we do is sets button variable, oops, is Pokemon switch. I think that's what it was. Oh my god. I just put random stuff in there. Pokemon battle switch, okay. Not first hacker, move picker. Variable name, switch equals red. What does it ban on? Because those people have been banned in other chats for spamming. Basically, if it is beyond reasonable expectation, a bot account. It's like an anti-botting thing. So those were individuals that, like, basically their accounts may have been compromised and now they're just spamming people with like 5 followers now, or they are like proven to be bots through, like, you know, what is it? One of the bot sites, like, you know, you can break into their system and see which accounts they have access to. Be like, okay, we're gonna add all these to the ban list, stuff like that. Like, what do they ban on? Being a bot, like being a bad actor bot. It's not just they're spamming, it's no, this is a bot account. Okay, so we set the variable for switch to be red, and then I guess we well, no, we don't trigger that button yet. Oh shoot, how are we? Yeah, so this is, it checks these 2 Pokemon's moves. If it's switch, then, oh yeah, no, what we want to do is we actually want to add their, we want to add switch into the array, and that's the only thing in the array. And then we'll, when we trigger the move thing, then we're doing that. Pokemon red moves, value to insert, switch. That's cool. So it's worth a bot to get, you say? I would say so, yeah. They do occasionally add in extra features and such, like, you know, a reminder to hydrate, or oh gosh, what was it recently? Like a thanks for, like, whenever you trigger a raid, it's like, oh, thanks for joining everybody, we're gonna end the stream off. And even like, hey, an ad is running right now, or hey, an ad just ended. They occasionally add in extra features like that, and they just kind of push it to everybody, and you have to actually go to their Twitch page and just type in their chat. It's like, hey, like, you know, you basically trigger a command in their chat, and then it it edits the settings for you as a user. Think of it closer to Nightbot, but instead of it being its own dedicated website, you actually go to their Twitch page and comment on and chat in their Twitch chat to trigger the various changes you want. It's actually quite nice for the most part. All right, so because we have Switch in here, we need to make Switch a top priority move. Whoop. There it is. So yeah, you can just go to Sari_bot on Twitch and you can see the info yourself. Okay, so we have struggle, but we need Switch. It is type 0. Sure, 1000 power points, whatever. Damage 0. Category special. Accuracy 100. Status 0. Status chance 0. Crit chance just standard 1. Priority is 10. So it's max priority. Yeah, that's why it's been streamed for 32 hours. Yep. And to be clear as well, like, you can have a bot account on Twitch. That is actually totally acceptable. You have to tell Twitch it's a bot. Like, if it's a bot that can interact in other people's channels and, like, you know, might contribute as a viewer in other people's channels, you just tell Twitch it's a bot, and then they're like, okay, cool, thanks. And they just won't count that as, like, towards view counts and such. And then it's like not a problem. That's why I can have Win in other people's chats if I wanted to, because I have basically gone through and labeled her as a bot. So that's a thing. But yeah, it's like bot accounts totally fine, but bot accounts with bad intentions are not. So, like, you know, if I had Win suddenly spamming other people's chats, hey, come join Zay's stream, then Win is getting banned and I'm getting in trouble too. Because, you know, it's kind of a dick move. All right, so we put in the move list Switch. Yeah. And because Switch is picked, we scroll down and we do a priority check. Yep, so we're getting the move's priority. And if one has a higher priority, then we do that. If not, then we switch at random. This is something that theoretically you should actually be switching based on your base speed. I don't care enough because there isn't an instance in which that matters. Because there's not like Intimidate as an ability to trigger. There's not like, you're already going to be switching first. So it's not like, you know, you both switching at the same time is going to cause any issues otherwise. So yeah, we have to just copy all this down here now. Make that invisible. Make this visible. Random. Variable name is blue switch chance. Minimum value allowed 1, maximum value allowed 10. And we want, yeah. If statement. If that is greater than or equals to 8, then we just have to copy both of these. Battle switch, and we set that to, oh wait, no, we can't do this yet because we don't know which Pokemon is going to be switching. Yeah, if they both switch, then I just changed both those variables and I broke it. So yeah, we can't have it do that. What we do here is we just put that they are switching into their appropriate arrays. Yeah, and then it just doesn't do the rest of it. So yeah, when they trigger the move switch, we have to make sure that it knows which Pokemon is switching, what team they're a part of, and then sends that data over to the switching command. The switching button. Yep, and so this is checking their priorities, and then these will feed who is going first into the determined first attacker. And this is checking, hey, which one is first again? Like what's going on with this bitch? Who's first? And then obviously if, yeah, whomsoever goes as first is, then it goes in a damage calculator. But we don't have a system for anything other than damaging moves. So that is the next step. We need to make it able to switch a Pokemon, which skips the damage calculator. However, I actually need to use the restroom. So I'm just gonna run an ad break, because then we're just gonna be able to sit here for an hour after that. So everyone get up, stretch, grab a glass of water, take care of yourselves. I'll be right back. We're just gonna run the ad break early, because fucking why not?
Zay stealing them Bezos bucks.
Alright, I'm back. God, this chair is so squeaky. Oh. So there's been a change on the ad stuffs, it seems. Yeah, no. Prior to this discovery, if you ran an ad on your stream, it just delays the next ad by like 1 hour. That's just how it worked. So, visual learning is what I do. Oh god, I can't just fill in all that? Really? Oh my god, how do people do this? One second. Good enough. So yeah. Prior, if, you know, let's say I had 20 minutes left until the next ad break, but I just run an ad right now, what it does is the next ad is in, well, not 100, it would be still in 60 minutes. Even though I ran an ad with 20 minutes remaining before the next automatic one, it still would set the timer to 60 or go. But I just ran an ad, and now we have the next ad starts in 63 minutes from as I'm saying this. And I ran that other ad with 12 minutes remaining, which obviously is higher than 60. 20 go! Exactly. Go 20 spaces. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Prison. So yeah. Oh, and the run 3-minute ad button has come back. Hey, R&D, who's down with a little experiment? If I hit the run 3-minute ad button, like just think of it, this is an extended break, I run it again, and we see what number we're at up to. And so instead of right now, it's 62 minutes. Would that be 122 minutes? I kind of want to find out. Oh, god damn it. I need to know. I'm sorry, R&D. Yeah, I'm just gonna type it in chat as well. Okay, you won't say it won't make any difference to you. I always feel bad because I genuinely do not like the ad structure. Okay, I hit the button.
Ad break time. Stop what you're doing. Subs get nothing.
All right. Well, that's happening. I'm actually going to save this. Yeah. And I'm just going to review what I have while that is going. Yeah, and right now it just tells me ad is in progress, so I don't actually see any info. What am I looking for? I'm looking for this. Yeah, so that's a priority 10 move. Turn first attacker, so we get the slots. We set a local variable, speed tie to 0. Get box, so we get all the information of the stats of the Pokemon that's doing the attacks. We do a quick thing to see, like, if they're the same speed, then we do equals equals. Oh wait, but how does priority work again? Pokemon speed check button. Oh, so this just skips speed check entirely. Wait, how does this skip Pokemon speed check? Yeah, so this is Pokemon speed check. Okay. So I need a new to do. It's a status move / when we don't use the damage calculator. What do we do when a move doesn't do damage. Do we just make a new button that checks only if it's a switch move? Or put a spot in the damage calculator that just kicks it over to a status button when it's detected to be a... Yeah. All right. Break is ending in 15 seconds. So I'm hoping that it's 122, but I honestly am expecting it to still be like 65 or something. But like, I gotta fucking know. Ads start in 1 hour and 58 minutes. So there is... So that's changed. That's completely fucking changed. Yeah, that's actually awesome. I don't know what the cap is now. Like, theoretically, we could actually run like 10 minutes of ads at the beginning of the stream and then never have ads for the entire stream. Now, I wouldn't be super happy with that, granted, but like, I can also put that in the posts everywhere. Like, I won't post it on Furfinity and Blue Skies and such. Hell, I could even start the stream like 15 minutes early and just run ads for the entire 15 minutes and then post on all the socials that, hey, we're live after that, and then end the starting soon button. I don't know what the cap is. I'm not saying we're doing this. I'm saying that is possibly viable. That is the exact reason why they didn't make that a thing before, because you could just cheese the system, run a bunch of ads, and then not have any ads for your entire stream. The only thing right now is that the button that lets me run ads is still grayed out. And that, yeah. So I don't know when I could do it again, but like, theoretically, we could just run a bunch of ads at the beginning of the stream. Or like for the first, let's say if it has me wait like 10 minutes before I can run another ad or something. We could, for the first bit, like, you know, first 30 minutes of stream, it's just like catch up time where it's like all talking with each other, and then I'm just running ads as much as possible. And then once that's done, then we do the rest of the stream. I don't know, but that's, yeah, now we can actually abuse that. Yeah, I'm totally gonna abuse that. Well, totally possibly gonna abuse that. Like, I wish I could run like, you know, 10 minutes of ads all at once and then skip it for that much, but the button is only run 3 minutes, and I think that's the max I can do. Wait, now I'm curious. Hold on. Yeah, show me the ad system. Oh my god, you can set the fucking ad breaks? Oh god, that's so bad. You can set the ad breaks to run a 3-minute ad every 8 minutes. It's 3 minutes of ads, 8 minutes of stream, 3-minute ad, 8-minute stream, 3-minute ad, 8-minute stream. That is atrocious. Okay. Yeah, disable pre-rolls. Yeah, I turned off stream display ads, advanced settings. Yep. Yeah, I don't see an option for like changing that button to be like run multiple minutes at once. So it looks like that's just not a thing, which I understand, but I don't like that it's ever a thing. And I still don't have the button for it. Okay. That's enough delving into ad shit. I like how I'm trying to research the ad stuffs so I can find out how to basically disable them instead of like manipulate them for more money. So thank you all for allowing me to experiment with that. All right, so we need to trigger the switch button correctly. So whenever so this is the speed check. We are burps. Yep. The move picker checks priority. So blue priority versus red priority. And this, yeah, so this is getting both the moves that we're using, which of course, in this case, there's only one move. Let's say we're switching and there's only one move that we can use. This is switch. So we're triggering the move called switch. It has max priority. If they both tie in priority, then it just fucking, what is this? Set local variable equals first. Wait, what's first in this instance? Oh no, if they're the same priority, then it kicks over to first attacker, and first is 0. Yep, that's fine. That's fine. Whatever. Then actually, yeah, it will actually switch the players based on which Pokemon is faster. That's totally by accident, but technically I made it do that. All right. So yes, yeah. So let's say, you know, red is trying to switch. So blue priority is less than red, so first is red. Yeah, first equals red. If a move first priority, you need to skip the Pokemon speed check button. But does that mean we just go straight to this? Does this reference the speed check? No, all speed check does is it just says, hey, this one is going first, and this thing just looks at it to confirm that, I believe. Yeah, move picker and battle upkeep. Yeah, so this isn't, so yeah, we can skip this entirely if we have priority stuffs. So let's actually just say, hey, actually no, we're not triggering the damage calculator yet. I'm trying to make these buttons talk to each other as little as possible right now. Like, they are not triggering each other yet. Not really. There's a couple that do, but not for the most part, because I need to be able to test them properly. So I need them to be isolated. If like upkeep only works when like is Pokemon second still alive is triggered, and that only triggers when I have like a bunch of other things triggered, like I can't go testing the damage calculator because it'll trigger this and then this and then so I'm trying to keep them all separate. Nothing really triggers each other. It's like I'm fine with like triggering all these myself just so I can trigger this thing, because I can just keep repeatedly triggering that thing without triggering this and this as well. Anyways, so yeah. Okay, so if we have the move called switch, and that is what we're using right now. Move category. So like this gets the move info and stats for the Pokemon that we're attacking and defending with and everything. And then this gets it, and this tells us, hey, is this move a physical move, a special move, or a status move? And then it actually adjusts like a couple of stats based on if the Pokemon is burned or not, or if the ad breaker is burned or not. Let's see if I get box. Yeah, Pokemon battle, depending on Pokemon ID. God, it annoys me that we're using the word Pokemon so much. I know I'm doing it for my own sanity and like trying to organize everything, but like I'm gonna have to replace that with like whatever the term is that we use for the creature battler. Ugh. Anyways. All right, so if it's a status, we don't know yet. Because physical move, I punch you in the face. Special move, I attack your brain with my brain, but not like physically. Like I don't take my brain out and hit your brain with my brain. Status is everything else. And I don't know what the fuck to do with this yet. Okay, you know what we're going to do is we are going to actually have this, at least to start. Yeah, we're considering switching a move. And it's going to be a status move. And then what we can do is we just have a dedicated thing to say, hey, switching that move is blank move. And what blank move does is it triggers the switching button. Oh, you know, switching has priority 10 and nothing else is going to have priority 10. Why? Because it makes sense to, I know you're just adding the Y at the end of your thing. All right. So since we know the moves, all the moves info, and we're down to status now, what we need to do is a if statement. If, and we should have the move's name. We have the name, Pokemon move picker, save move variables, move. Okay, yep. See, this one fucking worked. Grumble, grumble, grumble. I couldn't get that to work on the other thing. Yeah, get button variable, Pokemon move picker, move. Pokemon moves, type, move type. Yeah, and so this will be like red team move. Yeah, so the move name is right there. So if move equals switch, then what we want to do is we actually exit, because move equals switch, and trigger button Pokemon switch. No, I think it's Pokemon battle switch. Yeah, Pokemon battle switch. Why do I have all this still extended? Oh, because I was looking at things. That's right. Thank you for answering my question, everybody. Okay, so we'll trigger Pokemon battle switch, but we need to set the value in switch, because right now switch, if it's red, then we do that. If it's blue, we do that. So what we need to do is we need to know which one is first. Keep on variable first. Yeah. So oh, Regieleki. Look at that. Regieleki or Regieleki. I like Regieleki more. I feel like it's not as simple as just like set button variable, but we'll confirm in a moment. Button ID, Pokemon battle switch, variable name is switch. It's probably team actually. And we put in there whatever's in the first one. I know, just switch. Okay. Yeah. So let's say red team is switching. So we go through this, we're triggering this, yada, 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 yada. We get to the thing and it goes, oh, it's a status move. We're seeing, okay, it's a move called switch. Because switch is a dedicated thing, like this is a unique one. It goes, okay, so let's make sure that button is set to switch, and then we'll trigger, we'll set that, yeah, we'll tell that button that the variable called switch in it is set to whatever we have set for first, which is what team we're doing right now. Because, yep, we'll switch first to the other side if it's not the top half. And then we'll switch the Pokemon because switch just got triggered. And if it's red, then we'll say, hey, who is red? And it's going through all of this. And it says, okay, the final the target now is, like, you know, the slot we'll look at whenever we're doing switch stuffs or whenever we're doing any math stuffs is slot number 3 instead of slot number 1. And then it's now set to slot number 3. Then, oh wait, we don't want to exit this then. We don't exit this yet. Fuck. I mean, the damage calculator could theoretically trigger if we wanted to, but we don't need to trigger the damage calculator if we're switching. So we don't actually exit yet. Well, no, we actually, I think we do exit, but we still do the bottom check. Yeah, no, we still trigger bottom check. Yep. So what we do is we put bottom check in here and then we put the exits. Because if this triggers in the first half and the other Pokemon is switching as well on that same turn, then we want the second Pokemon to still have the chance to switch. So we trigger the button, Pokemon Battle Switch, and then we trigger Bottom Check. And when Bottom Check is triggered, it says, oh, we're still on the first half of the turn. So let's set it to bottom half of the turn. And then it kicks this button off again, and it goes all the way back down through. We get to here again. We go, oh, we're switching again? Okay. And it switches now. Instead of what was in the first slot, it now is the other team. So it'd be blue team. It then is switching blue now. And so it triggers switch for blue. Bottom check triggers. Bottom check says, oh, we're on the bottom half of the turn. And then it kicks us out of that round of combat. I hope that made sense to people. I mean, strictly speaking, it doesn't have to make sense to anyone but me. But that's how we end up with this. So it's like, that's how we end up with this. I don't actually know which one is like the more complex looking one. That's certainly something. But yeah. But that's all aesthetic stuffs. We haven't even done the aesthetic. This is just for the math on the back end. This is just for the number crunching. This is just for the thing calculating stuffs and figuring out what is happening next. This isn't even triggering this isn't even triggering any on-screen stuffs. Oh my God. Okay, so we have a chance to switch, and it can switch. We have PowerPoints, we have some moves, we have a list of Pokemon I can pull from. I think up next, we need it to trigger another round of combat. So we don't have it updating that a Pokemon has fainted yet, which let's probably do that. I feel like that'd be kind of easy, because if HP left is 0, CC set box status defender is 1. So we're setting a Pokemon to status of 1, which is fainted. If a Pokemon is fainted, we also want to decrease the variable remaining here. It's a damage calculator. Set button variable. Button ID. Oh God. Pokemon battle upkeep, I think it is. Variable name is, oh gosh, I think it's going to be team, not percent, team remaining. And then we want minus equals 1. Yeah. Now, did I do that? Pokemon battle upkeep, fuck yeah. Yep, and so I'll be -1. Now, the upkeep will trigger after both Pokemon have done their turns. And in the upkeep phase, it will check, has anyone lost all of their Pokemon? Have anyone lost all of their team members? So this just has to decrement that by 1. And we need to confirm, is team a thing? Finally, you've set up all your rune light settings for tomorrow. Good luck. Do we have team as a thing? Ew. Wait, then how did I do... Like, this is a string, that's whatever. Shouldn't that work? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna copy this. We're gonna make a quick button. We're just gonna test this. Whoops. Undo that. Yeah, I still don't know what I'm going to be doing for the Archipelago. And let's not get... Well, no, let's actually, yeah, let's get button variables. Pokemon move picker. We're going to have to... Oh, no, I haven't restarted this. So, yeah, it should be all good. All right. So, if I do this, it should... Well, no, not team first. if I do this, theoretically, potentially, it will decrement the battle upkeep thing by 1. Oh, wow. No, that worked. That actually fucking worked. I'll be honest, I thought that wouldn't work because that's a string, but you know what? Delete that. All right, so instead of team, we want first remaining. So if it's, you know, currently we're looking at blue team, then, well, no, we want defending team, not the current offensive team. So if a chili dog, sucking on a dog, sucking on a chili dog. Okay, so target remaining. Yeah, so the defending team just lost health, or lost a Pokemon down to 0. And then, yep. That's good. That's working. All right. Ah. And then in upkeep, well, 1 second. If statement red remaining is equal to or less than 0, or blue remaining is equal to or less than 0, then it's like send chat message. Yo, a team lost, get wrecked, losers. We're just making sure that this is functional at all. I have a couple of streaming questions. One of RuneLight's modules allows you to interact with Twitch chat, but is deciding to play his Twitch channel, but also what channel to get Twitch chat from. Is the reason anyone would want either of those to be different? In a case like what I'm doing with Win, actually here I can kind of show. It's currently receiving everything from the Zazar account, but it's sending everything as Win. That's why Win can talk in the stream in my own stream. So it could be something similar to that, where like if you're streaming to a different channel, or you want to talk as a different bot account in the channel. You just eat a fish, bun. That's fucked up. All right, just minimizing all this. Okay. So you're setting the upkeep to -1, and then we would basically trigger, is the second Pokemon alive? If we're still doing the second turn, I'd eat them. Okay, fair. If they're, yeah, so trigger switch for defending team side, trigger upkeep as well. Yeah, if they're dead. If the bottom half is just bottom, then we just trigger upkeep. So now we have to do upkeep. So we do an if statement here. And if this is true, then like we're done. Like we don't do anything fucking else. There's a clip of someone's VOD on YouTube where they had an ad break timer. What are your thoughts on that? Is something to be good to have, or would that have a negative effect? Oh no, I think that's totally fine to have. In fact, that's I want a better timer for the streamer side of things, so I know like easier up ahead before a stream is going to start, or before an ad is going to start, to know like, hey, there's going to be an ad break. Like we're into a heavy topic right now. Should I delay it, or should I like snooze the ad break, or should I just continue talking through it, right? Or do I think I can wrap up what I'm saying before the ad break? It's a good way to just let you as a streamer know, hey, there's something that's going to be interrupting you soon. What are you going to do about it? And then on the chat side of things, it allows people in the chat to know like, all right, there's going to be an ad thing coming up in the future. Like I know that I can go and like run and grab a drink real quick, and like I won't miss anything in the next 5 minutes because 3 minutes of it is ads. Also, I just noticed something. My earlier thing about abusing the ad break stuffs is fucking wrong. Because this is the number I was looking at. And that's the one that matters. So yep, running an ad just like notice the amount of time difference here too. So the next ad automatically will start at 60 minutes. It just adds 60 minutes into the timer whenever you run an ad. But for pre-rolls to be off, you have to run an ad. You have to run 3 minutes of ads every hour, no exceptions. So that's fun. So yep, you can't cheese that. So yeah, we will have to run ad breaks in half hour. Fucking stupid. Like, I get it, but annoying, frustrating, stupid. All right. Used to check if a team has lost or not. Yeah, so let's actually do just an immediate thing for red remaining and blue remaining. Actually, 1 second. Let's make this and. If red remaining and blue remaining is this. Both teams lost, LOL. But we need to have, oh yeah, and then we want to do an exit. I'm assuming how pre-rolls work is when someone joins a stream, regardless if the streamer has been live for 5 seconds, 5 minutes, 5 hours, non-subscribers get an advert. Correct. Pre-rolls are a thing that rolls when you join a stream, and mid-rolls are something that runs in the middle of the stream going. And pre-rolls, again, doesn't matter at what point you join the stream, it just runs it. So the reason why I fucking hate pre-rolls and why I'm doing all this effort to get rid of pre-rolls is because, let's say someone raids the stream. They raid the stream, and all of their viewers are thrown into the stream, and it could be like, 20 people. And then do I just sit there and wait for like 2 minutes? What about people who are subbed to my channel? What about people who have like Twitch Turbo or whatever it is that skips ads? Are they just gonna see me sitting there for like 2 minutes waiting for everyone else to catch up? Or do I say like, I'm Zay, I have a character design illustrator here on Twitch, and then the ads end and the other people don't know who the fuck they are, assuming that they even waited through the entire ad block. I don't like pre-rolls. Like that's just rating alone. In reality, I don't like the idea of on Twitch, which is a like entertainment medium, people paying to see content they don't know what that content is yet. There's no way for me to tell people what I'm doing in a stream other than they see the title. And so then they join the stream and they have pre-rolls. So they're paying for watching the stream before they even know if they want to watch the stream. And I don't like that. So I do mid-rolls. It's like, all right, you like it, then you can stick along. You can stick around after the ad break. You're not gonna miss anything. I'm sorry. I would turn this off if I could. But it's just frustrating to have pre-rolls. Now there is a benefit to pre-rolls, which is they don't get ads anymore for the rest of the stream. If you run a pre-roll and people join in the stream, they get like the 3 minutes of ads or whatever, and then they don't get ads for the rest of the time they're there. So there is a benefit to both sides of it, but I don't like it. If the streamer has pre-rolls and mid-rolls and the ad break starts as someone's pre-roll ended, there's an extended ad break, then I get the mid-roll. Same question, is the mid-roll starts a few seconds after the pre-roll ended? Oh yeah, no, you can run pre-rolls and mid-rolls. Like mid-rolls can be manual too. I can hit a button to run an ad at any time. And I can also have pre-rolls on. Hell, I can actually turn on pre-rolls for subs and mid-rolls for subs. Like straight up, I can just make it so everyone has to watch the ads to engage with my content. But the only things that they yeah, I guess what the whole block I was arguing about or saying is assuming that I am trying to give the least amount of ads possible. So like subs don't get ads, people who, yeah, what is it? Like subs don't get ads and like whatever else qualifiers I can do. Yep. I realized I have to actually run this first. Okay, so both teams lost, just red lost, just blue lost. But if it makes it through all of this, so that means we're not doing that anymore. Like we're not switching our stuffs. All the teams still have active alive Pokemons. Then you can run the move. Then it runs the move picker again, which will automatically figure out what's doing what, and it does this, then it does this, then does this, then it does this again, then it does this, then this does this, which 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 does this again, then does this, then does this, then does this, then this, then this, and this, and maybe does this at some point. I feel weird running ads for subs. You can though. Oh look, it's Mudkip! Oh my god, he's Mudkip! You already got a Mudkip, get wrecked. Already got a Mudkip, get wrecked. On. Great ball. Yo, I don't have a Mudkip. Let me get the kip. So I think potentially we're done. Like potentially we're all done. Potentially. So what I'm going to do, you're going to break it. You're going to break the minigame. So we're doing that. We're setting the teams. Now I could go through this and manually trigger everything. You know what? I'm going to. Let's just see what happens. So we run this one. Unexecuted. Blue's Charmander is going first. Damage calculator. And then we got an error. Okay. Okay. Good thing we're testing this though. Line 87. So line 87 is in here. Pokemon type chart. Defending type 1, move type effective 1. I could reject it and just say, no, you're not allowed. You're not getting those points back, but... Or sorry, I can mark it as complete and say you're not getting those points back, but I'm going to reject it and refund you for that one. All right, A7. So yeah, Pokemon type charts. That's CSV. So this is where the error was. Defending type 1 and move type. Defending type 1, I believe, is where that error was. Okay, so we need to find where defending type 1 is found. Move, Pokemon stat info and move info. Oh, wait, where's defending type 1? Are we just not even getting the Pokemon's types? On, did I just somehow not do that? Well, no, we ran this multiple times without any errors. Yeah. Defending type 1. Yeah, it's right here. Why do I scroll all the way up? Okay, well, we had an error right here. Pro name is move type, defending type. Okay, and then move type is up here. Move type, type move. Pokemon CSV, Pokemon move CSV. I wonder if it just grabbed struggle for some reason. Did I spell it wrong? Well, it's like, this is the first time that it broke at that point. That's the only reason I'm really confused. Oh, it's lagging a bit right now. There we go. Like, if this was gonna cause an error because I mistyped something, then it would have done so a lot before now. But this was the first instance that it gave me this error. However, there is one thing in the CSVs that is relevant for this. View, where is my zoom again? Fuck. Good enough. The type of switch and struggle are both 0. So I think what happened is it grabbed type 0, went to the type chart and was like, yo, we're looking for type 0. Fuck, that doesn't exist. And then it just crashed because it pulled null data. Like, it couldn't find the data at all. That's what I think just happened. So yeah, we're gonna run that back. We are going to set the move thing just to help confirm this. Minimum value between 8 and 10 because that guarantees that they try and switch. I really think that's what happened here. Type null. Yeah, I don't know what type I want to set it as. Charmander goes first and making sure. Okay, so that's just their moves, but open variable viewer. Yep, we're using switch on both. And then damage calculator. Oh, it worked. Oh, that's even worse that it worked. Because like what broke last time? Yeah, slot 4, slot 3. So they, well, wait, blue slot didn't switch. Oh, because they haven't triggered their turn yet. Now we trigger this button. So it should trigger the other one. Blue slot is still 4. That shouldn't have, oh wait, no, this. If half, 1 second. So half was top, so it should have triggered the damage calculator again. And the damage calculator should have triggered the other swap. I do not know where we are at right now in the rotation. Whoops. All right. All right. How do we want to do this in a way that is most... Magic. God, I wish. Oh God, I can have a character based on my different... I can have monsters based on my different characters. Oh my God. Imagine just having magic as just normal ass magic. It's just magic. Just like, here, having a good old time. God, that sounds really fucking funny. Anyways, what I want to do is I want to have like... I don't know. Like, what I want to have is a... Like, I want it to trigger these two, and then it triggers this one, and it has me hit OK. And it triggers this one, has me hit OK. And then triggers this one, has me hit OK. Triggers this one, has me hit OK. Triggers this one, has me hit OK. And like, we can see the information as it's rolling. Which, actually, no, I can do that, actually. So, like, you know, we skip Pokemon speed check, so this will go straight to the damage button. But this... 1 second. Okay, no. So let's actually connect these now. So grabbing Pokemon and set teams we're going to trigger manually for now. Actually, no, we don't have to do that. Fuck it. I'm gonna automate this whole damn thing. I don't care. You don't know what's happening? What's happening is there's a lot of math happening between all 6 of these buttons. Like these 6 buttons are the entire game. Right now, almost everything happens within these 6 buttons. But it doesn't tell me what it's doing. It just runs. And I'm waiting for it to crash. And when it crashes, then I go in and I fix it. But what do we do if it runs smoothly? I don't know. I don't have a condition for like checking it if it's running smoothly. It doesn't tell me anything. It doesn't say in the chat, hey, it worked, Zay. It just doesn't crash. That's it. So but I want to know where it's at right now, because it's a little hard for me to manually do everything. No write to log function? There is, but I could add in a command line in every single button that's like, hey, add this into a log. Hey, add this into a log. Hey, add this into a log. Or, and like, we can just have the log visible and we can check. Or what we can do is we can just add a pop-up in each of these that says, hey, here's what just happened, hit okay. And then it triggers the next thing automatically. Hey, here's what just happened, hit okay. Hey, here's just what happened, hit okay. And we can kind of follow along step by step to get an idea for this. So yeah, what we want is grab Pokemon. And I like that this is just so messy. It doesn't even have to be. It's just because we have the full list of stuffs. Okay, Pokemon teams. Oh, yeah, and then this sets the teams. So grab Pokemon. We do a trigger button. We want this to wait for timeout. We're going to add a half-second delay. And then Pokemon teams will trigger Pokemon move picker. Trigger button. Piaku. That was a very odd burp. Yep, and then Pokemon move picker just is now triggered. So what we want to do is we want to add in a pop-up message. And this pop-up message is going to be set to pause button execution. So when this message is popped up on screen, position myself in my chair. When this button pops up on screen, it's going to just be a big window on the screen that says, hey, here's what, like it'll say whatever I type in here, and it stops the button. It will not be able to trigger another button until I hit OK on that window, and then it'll trigger the next thing. It'll continue this button, and right after it will be trigger the next button. When SerryBot talks about follow bots, are they the do you want to be famous bots? I believe so, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, these trigger blue priorities, sets first to this. If we were starting, you skip the Pokemon speed check button. So this won't trigger Pokemon speed check, and this will trigger Pokemon speed check. Yes, because this triggers damage calculator. Well, no, we don't want damage calculator here. What we actually want is to put it in the move checker. Yeah, because this is what's checking to see if it's the top half of the turn or not. Turn first attacker could be skipped, so we actually want to remove that. Okay, so Pokemon speed check. If a move does not have priority or they are the same priority, then we trigger speed check. So we set first to that to 0, and then we do a speed trigger button. Yeah, so we trigger speed check, and then I guess we actually, okay, let's fill in this pop-up message. So this is move picker. So what we want is we want to see which Pokemon is like using what move. So this is going to say, oh, right now it's also set to guarantee to switch. So actually, let me fix that too. Do 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 Okay, array random. Sorry, I'm just trying to like visualize what I'm trying to do here. Red teams. Do we get the Pokemon's name in here? No, we do not. Well, no, we clear out the arrays. We're getting array inserts. Yeah, we're putting switch up here if it decides to switch. And then we're getting all the moves. Okay, so we don't know what the Pokemon is yet. So what I'm going to do is I need to make a little comment, make this red so I know to delete this later. After, how was this? Used for testing if buttons are working. Say what they like about Gen 9, did I really get music? If I remember correctly, Gen 8 and 9. I know for a fact Gen 8 had it. The God, Sword and Shield had goddamn Toby Fox was helping with the music. Oh no, was that Sword and Shield? No, I don't know if Sword and Shield had Toby Fox helping with the music. I know that Gen 9 has Toby Fox helping out with the music. And they never actually specified like what they were doing. And the fact that they never really specified what they were doing kind of and among other things with how the soundtrack turned out, it kind of seems like Toby Fox did actually like a good bit more. So if it wants a song for Sword Shield, okay. Okay then. CSV get box, CSV name, Pokemon battle, because this is where we have the current info. Column name is we are looking for, I just pulled my CSV real quick. Is it red slot and, yeah, red slot and blue slots. And then row, wait, oh no. We're looking in the column name slot, and we're looking in the row called red slot, and this is just going to be, wait, no, not slot. We're looking for HP, or not, name. That's not name. Red name. Because we're getting the red and blue names. Okay, red teams, red name is using, this is basically the equivalent of making a, god damn it, what was it? This is the equivalent of making a dev tool, like a development tool for a program. Like, it feels kind of like a waste of time, but you need to make some stuffs. It's using red move. Yep. Blue teams. Why did I spell that like that? Blue teams. Blue name is using blue move. And should we get, I can't easily get the PowerPoints of that. We're just going to assume that the PowerPoint system is functional. Yeah, it takes a lot of time in the long run. Yeah. God damn it. How would I get the PowerPoints easily? Yeah, I would have to check the move against their own info in the battle thing, and that is a good bit of extra effort. I think we're good for right now, but that is something that we'll have to be aware of, I guess. Yeah, anyways, yeah, so that Pokemon's using that one, and now that we know, it will trigger like, hey, who has higher priority? If one does, or if they have the same, then it triggers a speed check. If it doesn't, then we actually skip Pokemon speed check and we're just triggering damage calculator. And the damage calculator trigger button ID, Pokemon damage calculator. Yep. And then blue priority, if that's true. Okay. Because, yeah, then this button will continue execution. So it'll trigger the next stage of the button, which will either trigger determine first attacker or damage calculator. And first attacker, I'm doing that. What we want to do is, before we trigger any other stuffs, oh yeah, so this will say a pop-up message as well. So yeah, this one is actually set up correctly. So pause button executions, and it will trigger, hey, this Pokemon is going first. Hey, this Pokemon is going first. And then damage calculator. Yeah, we want to trigger the damage calculator after this, because yeah, it'll trigger all of this. We'll put a little wait for timeout in here. It's like 250 milliseconds, just for sanity's sake. Oh, wrong button. Trigger button. So now we're triggering the damage calculator, which will have all the information it should need in it. And now the damage calculator runs. It runs the first time. Make that not visible. Again, sets the status of defender to fainted if they did faint. Sets the remaining HP. Yep, set box. And so this triggers button, the Pokemon bottom check. So what we want to do is we actually want in here. Oh, I'm trying to think if I want to do it on the first half of the turn, or yeah, let's set this on the first half and the second half. So if we are in the first half, then it's doing all the first stuffs. And then at the end of this, after it updates their HP, Pokemon Battle upkeep, stars remaining 0, set box, status defenders 1, set box, Pokemon Battle HP, defenders HP left. Yeah, so if they fainted, then we're doing all of this, and then we still update their HP, we save it, and then we trigger another button. So right before we trigger that other button, we want a pop-up here. Pause button execution. We're going to put a slight wait right here. Wait for timeouts, 250. Just because it is saving a file, let's just give it a second, right? Comment. For testing purposes. All right. So with that, we need to get the attacker, defender, HP lost, HP remaining. So we need to get the current team, which should be, if we use the phrase first, yes, that will work. Okay. First, and then attacking Pokemon name. So attacking name, attacking Pokemon name. Planning on getting the Switch 2 and Mario Party Pack are going to be part of the Mario Party Grand Prix thing. No interest. Like, it's not just if I have it, it's also if Bun has it, Riru has it, Eve has it, and all of us have Switch Online. It's like, that's just not worth it. We're going to be doing, the Mario Party Grand Prix will be all the games that we reasonably have access to. That's just how it's going to be ruled. Okay, attacker Pokemon name. God, I hate what I did for this. Okay, so Red's Charmander dealt damage. Yeah, it should just be damage. Yep, damage to... And is there a term for the other team? It should be... Oh no, wait, yeah, attacker, right, team and target. Okay, let's do team and target. Team to target defending Pokemon name. They have HP left remaining. Okay. And then it triggers Pokemon bottom check. And it says the same in chat here, so let's actually just disable this for now. Yeah, so this is for us to read. And then it triggers bottom check. So bottom check triggers, which will kick up to the other button. Yeah, because we don't need to see this triggering. This is just confirming something else. And trigger switch, trigger upkeep. Yeah, oh wait, we don't have the HP less than equals 0 triggering switch quite yet. So we actually, okay, we do have to connect that. Yeah, because bottom check should trigger upkeep. Yeah, so trigger Pokemon Battle upkeep. Trigger button. Pokemon Battle upkeep, and we want to trigger switch. Pokemon Battle switch. But in order for Pokemon Battle switch to trigger, we have to make sure it's set for the correct thing. So we actually want to tell it which team is switching. Trigger switch for defending side team. Save, yeah, get button variable. So we know the variable of defender is this. Yep, we're getting the box. We know if a Pokemon is fainted or not. So before we trigger, let's actually trigger this. Oh wait, do we trigger the switch here? I'm trying to figure if I want to trigger the upkeep, because the upkeep is more intended for like increments, like turns remaining on moves or environmental status damage, and to check if a team is lost or not. It does do this checking immediately, where it's like, did a Pokemon faint? Like, is a team lost, basically? So what actually, I don't think we're going to trigger upkeep here, but we do want to modify the numbers on that stuff. Yes, bud? Hi! Hi, bud, I love you. Okay, so we want team remaining. Yeah. So set button variable. We want Pokemon Battle upkeep. Variable name, we want the variable that we're going to be editing to be the, well, it'd be defender remaining. Actually, yeah, so we do this, defender remaining. Didn't we modify this already? Wait, where did we modify this? Yeah, we modified this here, so we don't... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, no, we modified this here. So we don't actually modify that in... Is the other team still alive? So yeah, the switch is already checked. Or... Yeah, the upkeep is already checked. Which, actually, no, this does imply that we should probably trigger the upkeep too, then. Because if the upkeep... If a Pokemon fainted with the previous button, we can check with the upkeep if a battle is done before we even switch. Yeah, so we trigger upkeep, and then the upkeep does this immediately, but we'll have to put a... 1 second. Put a check if it's top half or bottom half of turn. Oh, hey, pre-rolls are back on. Honestly, we're just gonna keep going. Like, I don't want to run more ads than necessary, and fuck it, if someone joins right now, they're joining in the middle of a dev stream. It's like, at worst case, is like we get raided by somebody who does development stuffs, and, you know, like, I don't know, like, chill. Alright. I don't actually know how much time I left in stream. Oh, I have about an hour left in stream. Oh. Oh. Okay, well, anyways. All right, we're gonna talk about half a turn. We'll do that later. Right now, we're just check to see, is the game over? If the game is over, then it just ends. It'll say in chat that someone lost or won, and it just ends. Egg rolls, you're all right. Surprisingly, been 3 hours. Yeah, no, it hasn't felt like it's been 3 hours. I thought it was like 2, maybe 2.5. Like, I'm surprised. Okay. Trigger upkeep. Okay, so if it's the bottom half of the turn, then we just trigger upkeep. We do not trigger the damage calculator again. If it is not bottom half of the thing, then we check first, hey, is a Pokemon dead? Yep, get box, defender, HP is that. Then we trigger a switch. Wait, does this mean that we don't trigger a switch if the current lead Pokemon is fainted? Wait, no, it's always going to be defending team. Yeah, no, it's always going to be defending team. Yeah, no, that's fine, that's fine. Well, no, wait, if half is bottom, then that means that if it's the second half of the turn, and like my, you know, second half of the turn, my Charmander got hit for 40 damage and knocked it out, all it's doing is just triggering the battle upkeep. It doesn't actually trigger switch yet. So yeah, we have to trigger the switch under both of these conditions, not just if half equals bottom. Damn, that's annoying. Yeah, so we want to trigger the upkeep, but we only want to trigger switch if... Okay. So because we are only triggering upkeep if... Well, we're triggering upkeep under any of the circumstances. Let's actually just put upkeep down at the bottom. Because we don't... Do we need to trigger upkeep here? Because we trigger half equals... Oh, wait a second. Put this right up here. Because, like, we trigger the upkeep, and it says, hey, is everybody fucking dead yet? No, you guys still got a team? All right, cool. Keep going. Shit. We actually need to have this check if that button's variable is set to 0 or less, so it stops. Otherwise, it can just keep bouncing and keep repeating. Yeah, no, we need a kill switch to end this. Okay, so yeah, let's put a kill switch in here. Welcome back. Actually, no, wait, where do we put the kill switch? Because this will be like, hey, yo, both teams lost, and this button is stopping. Oh no, because the upkeep is what triggers the next thing. Yeah, that's right, that's right. So yeah, we don't want to trigger the upkeep until the bottom half of the turn. Yep, that is correct. We actually don't want upkeep to trigger unless it's the bottom half. Dang it. Oh, welcome back. Okay, so if we're on the bottom half of the turn, we trigger the Pokemon Battle upkeep thing. If we are not on the bottom half of the turn, then we check to see if a Pokemon is dead. If there is one, then we trigger the battle switch. However, and then we trigger the calculator again. However, we need to trigger the battle switch if the Pokemon faints in the top half or in the bottom half as well, because the defending Pokemon could faint in the bottom half. So yeah, we're going to actually copy that up here. Because yeah, if the bottom half, yeah, so I'm going second. I knock out the first Pokemon. I want to be able to switch out the other team's Pokemon forcefully. And of course, if it's on the bottom half, then we also trigger the upkeep. Yeah, and we trigger the upkeep regardless if it switches or not. And then the upkeep will trigger Pokemon Move Picker. Yes. Whoops, I actually want to hit paste on that. Trigger button. Pokemon Move Picker. I think that's what we need to do the testing. So we run this. Red team's Charmander is using Ember. Blue team's Charmander is using Ember. Red's Charmander goes first. Red team's Charmander is using Switch. Blue team's Charmander is using Switch. Red's Charmander dealt 15 to Blue's Charmander. They have 92 remaining. Well, there's their first error. They switched. Why are they attacking? Blue's Charmander goes first. Red's Charmander is using Ember. Blue's team's Charmander is using Tackle. Blue's Charmander dealt 15 to Red's Squirtle. They have 97. Where's the Squirtle come from? I have the order of something wrong here. Red team's Squirtle is using Tackle. Blue team's Bulbasaur is using Tackle. Blue team's Bulbasaur goes first. Blue's Bulbasaur dealt 12 to Red's Squirtle. They have 85 remaining. Oh no. Red team's Squirtle is using Bubble. Blue team's Bulbasaur is using Tackle. Note, they're not attacking back. Blue's Bulbasaur goes first. We're not going to see about a Squirtle attacking back. Blue's Bulbasaur dealt 14 to Red's Squirtle. They have 71 health remaining. Oh no! Okay, well, okay, yeah, the other Pokemon's not attacking back. Shit. Seems Squirtle's Bulbasaur is going first. Blue's Bulbasaur dealt 50 to Red Squirtle. They have 21 remaining. Red team Squirtle is using Tackle. Blue team's Bulbasaur is using Razor Leaf. Bulbasaur goes first. Bulbasaur dealt 48 to Red Squirtle. They have 0 remaining. Red team Squirtle is using Tackle. Blue team Squirtle is using Bubble. Red Squirtle goes first. 13 to other Squirtle. They have 99 remaining. I want to see if it ends. Did it just end? All right, let's pull open the battle info. Yeah. All three of these have 0 HP. Wait, no. This is their HP. Never mind, never mind, never mind. Only the Squirtle fainted and then it ended. So we got one faint. And then that was the end of it. But this is why we have the dev tools. So why was this not triggering on both of them? Open variable viewer. It's like top half of the turn, okay. Yeah, and then red's... I'm gonna put HP in this. Okay, so red team's Charmander dealt 12 to their Squirtle. They have 4 million left. So this is what should have been triggering the other thing to say like, yo, you need to go into the bottom half of the turn. So Pokemon, yeah, so we get the variable first. However, if the variable called half equals top, do you have... Yep, you do have a half, the top half. If it equals top, then you set it to bottom. That triggers before the rest. So this was the end. So basically all this is calculated for the first half of the turn. We trigger Pokemon bottom check. Pokemon bottom check triggers. It says, hey, which half are we on? And it says, hey, who is the defender? Or what is the defending variable? Ugh. Anyways, yeah, what's the defending variable? And it says, yeah, what's the HP that person has? We make sure that's a number. And it says, all right, if the phrase half equals bottom, which means we just, no, that means we just did the bottom half of the turn. Not we just completed the bottom half of the turn. Fuck. If it equals bottom, then we, and the HP of the defending Pokemon is 0, then we switch them. And then we trigger upkeep. See, I wasn't even triggering the other Pokemon's turn at all. Because this is looking for it being the bottom half of the turn. And it's, sorry, we're trying to look for the bottom half of the turn, but it sets that variable to bottom initially because that it was just set for bottom. Yeah, so it calculated the entire top half of the turn. And then it triggers this and it goes, oh yeah, no, this variable is bottom now, so it can't be that. Dang it. So yeah, if it's so this would be the bottom half of the turn. Damn it. So how do I make sure that it knows to be the top or bottom half? We can keep it as top and then set the variable to bottom using the second turn thing, and then we change this to, instead of top to bottom, it's instead if half equals bottom, then we switch them. Yeah, I think that I like that more. If it's the second half of the turn, then we switch these. And then what this does is it doesn't do a check if it's bottom. It does do a check if it's top. If it is top, oh, yeah, we do this real quick. Get this down here. Okay. Yeah, so if the variable in that is top, then we actually want to set button variable, Pokemon damage calculator, variable name, half to be the bottom. And if it is set to bottom, then it switches these around and it goes through the entire thing again. And then once it's done triggering all of that, we go to this and and now the variable is bottom. So we trigger this and it says, hey, what's the variable? Oh, it's bottom right now. Okay. And it checks this, goes, well, that's not the right one. So we trigger else. And what else does is it says, all right, is the HP of that Pokemon 0 or less? If it is, switch them. If it's not, continue anyways. And let's trigger Pokemon Battle Upkeep. So then we trigger Battle Upkeep. Okay. Now, I did realize an error when I was doing this. It doesn't check if the target is dead. Like, we did all this to see, like, all right, let's make sure we're not grabbing the same Pokemon slot that we just had. We need to make sure that those slots aren't zeros. So we actually need to get the status condition of the target slot. and remove those slots from this appropriately. Yeah. All right. So battle keep red slot. Get button variable red. Yeah. So how many? What slot we're using right now? So we remove that initially. So since we, yep, set string variable this. So this is just saying, hey, what slot are we right now? Remove that one. So we need to check slots 2 and 3. Well, no, we need to check all 3 slots and remove their appropriate slot. So what we need is a get. I wonder if we can do this down here. Get box. CSV get box. No, god dang it. Okay, so CSV name is Pokemon Battle. And we're looking in the column. Pull this over for a second. Yeah, we're looking in the column status. And then the slot will, well, the slot will change depending on which team we are. Fudge. Okay, whatever. Let's just do this as I know it. Status. Actually, what we can do is array find value. So we're removing that from the value, and then we remove it. But we need, so we're gonna pull a random array, but we're not gonna set that as the target yet. What we do is we're getting, so we have that array target, and that target is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So we're checking this as, so row target, so yeah, so we're pulling out of the array and we go, okay, we're looking at slot 2. So this looks at slot 2 and says, hey, what is the number on slot 2? Like, what's the status of slot 2? If statement. If target, the value target, is equal to 1, which is the fainted status, then we want to remove that one from the array. Now I need to check, does array random remove that automatically? SAMMI.solution/docs. Array random. Turns a random value inside array. Variables displaying random image or playing a random sound is randomization have an equal chance of equal value. So it doesn't remove it. So we do have to actually remove that variable if we do not want to have that. So we have to save as location. Target location. So we know where it is, not just what it is. So yep. Array remove. So array name is switch targets, and we are deleting position target location. Position confirmed, removing. Boop. And if we remove its location, we have to do this again. So yep, we need to grab the other number out of the array. So theoretically, there should only be one thing left in that array. Because if all 3 Pokemon are fainted, then it shouldn't even be triggering the switch. The upkeep should trigger and should just end this. So this is going to grab the last target, the last valid target, and it's going to set that as our new slot that we're working with. Theoretically. And then we upkeep and it just kind of keeps going, and we never triggered the lost states at all. So, you know, that's the whole thing. All right, we run this. Red team's Charmander is using tackle. Blue team's Charmander is using tackle. Red's Charmander is going first, or blue's Charmander is going first. Red team's Squirtle is using, wait, where, why didn't they attack? Where's the attack stat there? What was the attack numbers? Hold the fuck on. Just crossing my legs. I'm gonna be here for a bit. Okay, they're both using Switch. Blue Squirtle dealt 15 damage to Red Squirtle. Why are they doing damage if Switch was picked? All right, all right. Blue Squirtle's going first. Are they ever going to hit Switch again? I need to see this. Yeah, Red Squirtle dealt 54 damage to Blue's Trimatter. They have 53 HP remaining. Red Team Squirtle's using... Okay, they're both using Switch. They bonked each other on the way to switching. Oh my gosh, they did. They absolutely bonked into each other. Well, little silly guys. Here, let's actually take a look at this and see where we're at. Red Team Squirtle's using Switch. Blue Team's Trimander is using Switch. Okay, Red Team Squirtle. That's this one, has to be. It's going to be switching. Currently has 91 HP. Blue Team's Trimander is using Switch. And we don't know which Charmander it is because there's 3 fucking Charmanders on this team. Okay. Yeah, reload this. I want to see what's going on. 2 Squirrels using Switch. Charmander's using Tackle. Charmander dealt 15 damage to Red Squirtle. They have 65. Yeah, so that shouldn't have hit. They shouldn't have hit the Squirtle at all. That should have hit whatever Pokemon got switched in. I've never heard top, bottom, and switch so many times in a furry stream before. Ah. It upsets me that it's a Pokemon-based stream that's causing this too. Tio, how fucking dare you say this to me? In my stream of all places. Okay, so a Pokemon... Wait, why'd they faint with 107 HP? Okay, no, something's not looking in the right direction. Something is not looking in the correct spot. All right, also, I realized that we have this thing that just gets like, yeah, random between the max number of Pokemon. Yeah. Why was one of my fucking eyelashes on my tongue? God damn, I shed eyelashes like crazy. But no, what we want to do is we actually want to set the teams to be a set, like a set thing for this. So for slot 1, Pokemon grab, delay activation, Pokemon grab that Pokemon ID, timeout 100. 1 second. I'm gonna make this that way it's set so that they should only get like 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3 again. That's my goal. Yeah, so right now we're getting Pokemon grab, Pokemon ID, Pokemon ID. Yeah, we just want 147. So glad I'm not the one thinking that meaning top bottom switch made me feel a little better about myself. Yeah, I was saying earlier that like I'm kind of upset that we're doing top half and bottom half as the turn thing, but like it's the only thing that makes logical sense when trying to exclude a lot of other possible variables to get confused with. So it just ends up sounding really wrong. All right, so yeah. I'm trying to think of the best way to make this do like just Squirrel, Charmander, Bulbasaur, Squirrel, Charmander, Bulbasaur, basically. All right, we're going to disable this and this. Button variable, yeah, disable that. And actually no, we could keep these on. And just over here, well, we know we have to have persistent variables turned off for that other function to work. Yeah, no, we do have to manually set these. All right. Yeah, so what we want is we're just gonna do this the ham-fisted way. Comment. sets each team to have just a Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander. Okay. If slot equals 1 or slot equals 4, then we set the Pokemon ID to be 1. Set local variable Pokemon ID to equal 1 because we want Bulbasaur. And of course we get a else statement. If these equal 2 or 5, we want to set this to 4 because that's Squirtle. And then a final else statement. Yeah, because it's this or this or this. Then this last one should only trigger if it's a 3 or a 6. Then we set the Pokemon ID to be 7 because that's Charmander. 147. Yeah, that looks like it should work. And then this should only trigger 6 times. Okay. Yep, and then slot gets reset up at the top. Got it. So set teams run. Red team's Charmander is using Ember. Blue team's Charmander is using Tackle. Red's Charmander goes first, which... Wait, that's weird. That's already kind of weird. Is Charmander's ID really 4? Wait, is it actually 4? I thought Charmander and them were the third set. Oh yeah, that is number 4. Son of a bitch. I thought they were the third set, not the second set. Okay. Oh, I've got that backwards forever. Anyways, why did it pick slot 2 and slot 5 as the fucking Pokemon slots? Like, we have a different issue now. It's Charmander dealt 14 damage to Charmander. They have 93 HP remaining. Blue's Charmander dealt 20 damage to Red's Charmander. Blue is just beating up Red. All right, Red's finally going. Red's Charmander dealt 13 damage to Blue's Charmander. They have 80 HP remaining. Wonder if we can create chaos for a dev. I know, right? Yay. Blue's Charmander dealt 15 damage to Red's Charmander. They have 72 HP remaining. So what's going to happen if they faint? Red Charmander goes first. Red Charmander dealt 20 damage to Blue's Charmander. They have 60 HP remaining. Blue's Charmander dealt 21 damage to Red's Charmander. They have 51 HP remaining. Red team's Charmander is in tackle. Okay, Blue's Charmander is switching. So Blue's Charmander should go first. Okay, there's an error with switching. Got it. That's what we've learned. There's an error with switching. Like, it doesn't say anything in here implying that that's where we had a error happen. So let's actually set a pop-up button here. Pop message. Also, howdy, Kit. So we need the current slot, which is Pokemon Battle Upkeep. Yeah, red slot here, and we're going to be replacing it with target location, right? So variable as target, and then we're setting it to target. Yeah, okay. If we do team, is that valid? Because we're clearing out switch targets. Right, inserts red. Yeah, switch equals red. If it's equals blue. So actually, let's do just blue or switch here, because that's what is switching. So it's like blues, you know, blank slot became, yeah, so blues switched from slot team. So it'd be team and I'm just seeing where we have current slot. Yep. From current slot. Is that underscore? Yeah, current underscore slot to target slot. From slot to that slot. Then pause button execution. And then it updates the value down here to be that. All right. Now, upkeep, open variable. It probably doesn't help that we actually had this initialized already. So set default variables, reinitialize. So now they actually have, 3 remaining and they're using the correct slot to start. That actually can cause some problems. Okay. Let's see if this one works. Red team's Bulbasaur is using tackle. Bulbasaur is using tackle. So it's 2 Bulbasaurs right now. Blue's Bulbasaur goes first. They were tied, so that's fair. Blue's Bulbasaur dealt 16 damage to Red's Bulbasaur. They have 97 HP remaining. Now, Red should hit Blue. Red's Bulbasaur dealt 6 damage to Blue's Bulbasaur. It's working so far. We got it so far, everybody. Red team's Bulbasaur is using Razor Leaf, and blue team's Bulbasaur is being a pansy and switching. So the switch should happen, and it should tell me that they switched, and then it should tell me that red team's Razor Leaf dealt blank damage to blue team's whatever's there now. Nope, it failed. It completely fucking failed. Okay. So where is the error happening? So switching is the problem. Switching is currently the problem. The average Pokemon Go lately have been wild. They remind you of a really bad acted shovelware fake mobile game ads where someone's having extreme mood shifts, sped up talking, weird, hard to describe, way over speaking. Aw, it sucks. All right. So the fact that it didn't even trigger this means it did not get down here. So because it didn't get down here, it is likely that it failed on the death check. Or no, not death check. Wait. Yeah, no, it probably failed in here. Because it ends here. So trigger, button, bottom check. So we trigger the switch and then we trigger the bottom check. So button variable switch equals first. And the first variable is, from the move picker first, which should be set correctly. First, red. So it's red right now, and it went all the way down through here. Red got sent over to switch. We changed switch's variable. All right, I'll stretch my wrist real quick. All right, so in here, so I'm stretching the wrist with one hand. Yeah, so if it's red, then we get the Pokemon Battle upkeep red slot variable. We save that as red slot. We insert in the array called switch targets to be 1, 2, and 3. Then we set the local variable of what our current slot is to be the red slot. Okay, just stretched. And then we make a variable, we make a string out of it, just called team. So we know we are red slot, and the variable is called team. Yep, red slot. And it removed 1 from it because, red slot is 1. So because 2 and 3 is the only remaining slots here. So we get down here, find array value, invalid target. Yep. So we are looking for current slot, which is slot 1 in switch targets. We save where that is as invalid target. Then we remove invalid target from it. So we removed slot 1. And now we randomize. Yeah, we randomize that array. We get a random thing and we save what we pull out of it as just the phrase target. And then we save where we got it as target location. And now we check in the CSV for Pokemon Battle. We look for that value we pulled out of it. So that would be slot 2 or 3 in this case, which let's double check is target is a 2 currently. So yep, we got that target is slot 2. We check their status and we save that status as target. That may be a problem. Target status. We're using the phrase target for too much. Yeah, that may, what would that cause a problem for? It does change the stuffs down here, but it shouldn't have caused a problem, but let's nix that one here anyways. So yeah, we save the status of the target as target status. If target status is a 1, then we know that Pokemon is fainted. So we go into that array, the switch targets array. We grab the target location, which is where we were just looking, and we delete that position because that is no longer a valid position to switch to. Then we random. That should be right here. Yeah. Okay, so that's yeah, so that was definitely a problem. Yeah, so it says, hey, we're taking that one out of this, and then it randoms a new one. And since it's removed, that one can't be a valid target, and there should only be one remaining target. I'll be honest, I don't know what happens if by some random chance, if by some crazy fucking circumstance, it sets it as the target is like it basically both the target Pokemon are fainted. Oh wait. Oh, there is a condition in which that could happen. If I am the only remaining Pokemon in my team and I pick switch as my move, then it's going to try and switch. So I actually need to put a conditional in here. So the red switch chance is 8, but it shouldn't even try to switch if the Pokemon, if their team only has one remaining team member. Yeah. So what we do here is we set a new if statement. If dang it, I need to actually get that value. So red remaining. Red remaining, say variable as red remaining. And this is going to be blue remaining and blue remaining. Because if red remaining equals 1, then we actually want to manually set local variable name red switch chance to just a 1. It guarantees it cannot switch. Otherwise, we randomize it. And then we continue with this. Blue remaining equals 1. Blue switch chance is a 1. Blue switch chance. Then we delete that. Yeah, that should work. That doesn't really fix the problem that we just had, but I guess we did possibly fix the issue of it not. Maybe we fixed it. I don't know what that actually fucking broke here. Because it was randomizing the target location. And then we trigger the upkeep. And then the upkeep never triggered. So we didn't even get to this. Why? Like, it didn't say they switched or anything. And then battle upkeep didn't trigger, so it didn't trigger the upkeep. None of these three things triggered. And if the Pokemon Move Picker triggered again, it... It was kind of working there, though. Kind of. Alrighty. Edit triggers. I'm going to actually make a trigger for this just so I can type in chat a little bit. Only allow broadcaster. No one else can do this. Start sim. So only it'll work for me. I'm sorry. Start sim. Red team's Bulbasaur is using Razor Leaf. Blue team's Bulbasaur is using Switch. Okay, so that blue team Bulbasaur should switch. There's the failure. It fucking failed again. Why did that fail? Like, what's going on here? Pokemon moves. Switch. Has 1,000 power points. Yay. Name type is still 0. You want to break it? Sorry, bun. Not allowed, because I keep breaking it. Okay, so type is null, but we're not even getting to that point. We're not getting to a type check. Yeah, so it's picked. Yep, still on Switch. All right, so it's sending Switch through. And it said, hey, we picked Switch. Is it priority? Blue's priority. Yeah, because that was which team's priority? That was blue team. Yeah, so what was blue team's priority? 10. Is it because we're comparing strings? All right, so we need to get those priorities. We need to convert them into numbers. String to number. Because it's really hard to compare values that aren't numbers. The shape of the word it. It. Okay, so now it can actually compare these things properly, because it can't do less than or greater thans for a string variable. It's just not possible. Why is this just get... I found the problem. I found the problem. So, yeah, blue. If blue had priority, so blue's priority was greater than red's priority, then, you know, it sets first to blue. That's great. That's great. It then doesn't trigger the Pokemon damage calculator. All it does is it gets the fucking name box. So it was just saying like, all right, so who's red? That's all it was doing. Now it's triggering the fucking... Wait. What the fuck? Pokemon battle name. Yeah. Paste. There we go. All right. Pokemon damage calculator is there now. Yay. So that probably was what was happening. All right. We are actually going to save and close this just to make sure everything is cleared. Where is SAMMI Core? But who's red? Red. Me. All right, bet. Okay. starts. Oh my gosh. We're coming up to where I should end stream too. Okay, red team is starting with switch. Now again, the error we were having was blue team was using switch, so this doesn't really let us find that quite yet. But yeah, red team's Bulbasaur is using switch, blue team's Bulbasaur is using tackle. Red team should switch. Red switched from red slot 1 to red slot 2, which should be Charmander. Blue's Bulbasaur dealt 20 damage to red's Charmander. Oh my god, it's working! Red team's Charmander is using tackle. Blue team's using switch. Okay, blue team is using switch now. Blue switched from slot blue to slot 6. Wait, they were slot 4? Yeah, no, that was correct. That was correct. They were on slot 4. Now they're slot 6, which should be a Squirtle. Red's Charmander dealt 14 damage to blue's Squirtle. They have 98 HP remaining. Red team's Charmander is using switch. They just keep fucking switching. I need to set that to like 1 in 10 or something when we're done with this, but at least this is good for testing. Blue team Squirtle is using bubble. Red switched from red slot 2 to 1 slot, so they switched back to a Bulbasaur. Blue's Squirtle dealt 12 damage to red's Bulbasaur. They have 101 HP remaining. Red team's Bulbasaur is using switch. Blue team's Squirtle is using switch. Okay. Now we're going to get a double switch here. Red's Bulbasaur goes first. It didn't give me the switch message. Oh, wait, no, never mind. This is the first attacker. Yep, red switched from slot 1 to slot 2. And blue switched from slot 6 to slot 5. They're both using Charmanders. And red decided they want to fuck off with this Charmander business. Red switched from slot 2 to slot 1. They dealt 17 damage to red's Bulbasaur. They have 84 HP remaining. They're both using tackle for fucking finally. Blue's Charmander goes first. Blue's Charmander dealt 19 damage to red's Bulbasaur. They have 65 HP remaining. Red's Bulbasaur dealt 19 damage to blue's Charmander. They have 88 HP remaining. They should switch as much in the actual games. Actually, yeah, in singles, you actually switch like most of the time, it feels like. So this is actually pretty standard for competitive play, but this ain't competitive. Yeah, red's Bulbasaur dealt 9 damage to blue's Charmander. Okay, red's switching again. Oh my god. Blue team's Charmander using tackle. Red's throwing. Red switched from red slot 1 to 2 slot. Blue's Charmander dealt 21 damage to red's Charmander. They have 66 HP remaining. Can we get a move where they both attack, please? Red team's Charmander using switch. Other team's using Ember. Oh my god, they switch into a Bulbasaur. We can see a death here. Red switched. Oh, yep, they switched to a Bulbasaur. Blue's Charmander dealt 48 damage to red's Bulbasaur. They have 17 HP remaining. God damn it! Ah! Okay, red is switching away from Bulbasaur. Blue is Charmander's embering. Okay, they're switching back to a Charmander. Blue dealt 15 damage to their Charmander, 51 HP remaining. They're both using tackle. Red's Charmander is going first. Red's dealing 18 to blue. Blue is fucking going with this one right now. Oh, red switching again. Why are you switching so much? Jesus. And they're switching to slot 1. Is the Squirtle fainted already? Wait. Error. They have 112 HP, but they are set to only 1. They're set as status 1. They're set as fainted. So they can't switch into the Squirtle even though they have 112 HP. So we found an error. We found something we have to fix. We have to find out why it set Squirtle as status 1. Oh, yeah, you made people like stick you up themselves? Yeah, you don't brag about Shuckle. You just fuck them up with Shuckle. Okay. Blue's Charmander dealt 48 damage to red's Bulbasaur. They have 0 HP remaining, so they should never be able to switch now. 1 second. Yeah, update that. Yep, so Bulbasaur is fainted and is marked as fainted. And red swapped from slot 1 to slot 2. And both are using switch. Okay, red shouldn't be able to switch because their Squirtle is marked as fainted. So there's an error here. Is it like, did I use stat instead of status or something? I don't know. Blue's Charmander goes first. Blue switched from slot 5 to 4. Red switched from slot 2 to 3. Mega Dance to Magic Bounce on Sucka. Ah, fair. Okay, now they're using the Squirtle, which is fainted. Like, it's canonically fainted. Blue's Bulbasaur goes first. Blue's Bulbasaur dealt 15 damage to Red Squirtle. They have 97 HP remaining. Seconds. Yeah, I didn't update that. Red Squirtle. Howdy, Dusk. Red Squirrel dealt 18 damage to Blue's Bulbasaur. They have 65. They're both switching again. Oh my god. Stop switching, you two. Kill. We need to see this done through. Blue switched from slot 4 to 6. Red switched from 3 to 2. Okay, Charmander's using Ember on a fucking Squirtle. Red's Charmander goes first. Red's Charmander dealt 13 damage to Blue Squirrel. They have 85 HP remaining. Yeah, let's actually, update that. Thank you. And they dealt 14 damage back. Oh, okay, Bubble on Charmander. I need Red to fucking die here. Like, this should kill Red Team's Charmander. Red going first. They dealt 11 damage to Squirtle. Okay, Squirtle took out Charmander. So, Red switched from 2 to 1. That's fainted. Okay, there's an error with finding out if they're fainted or not, because Bulbasaur's fainted and is fighting right now. That's not good. Red's Bulbasaur is going first. They dealt 48 damage. And then the other thing, they have 0 HP remaining. Red switched from 1 to 2. Okay, so it at least is switching when they detect that a Pokemon is at 0 HP. Oh, Red lost. Okay, Red lost 3 Pokemon. They lost Bulbasaur twice and Squirtle, who's lost once, who's at 97 HP. I think I may have bugged up something because technically Charmander never fainted in this instance. It's just the immortality strat. You know what? They were playing a game that I don't think I could ever fathom. All right, so there's an error with the switching system. It is not removing Pokemon as they have status 1. Move this over here. So status 1 is they're fainted. We're about to the end of the stream, but I want to kind of figure this out. All right, let's walk through this thing. So battle upkeep, so we're figuring out what the current slot is that we're using, which that's working. We are saying, all right, let's make slot 1, 2, and 3 in the array. And we set our local variable of red slot to current slot. That's for later. And then we're setting a string variable of red slot to the team variable. So we have current team and we have just team for later. And it's the exact same here. Double checking. Yeah, the exact same. So we look in the array called switch targets. We save the array as invalid target. What? Oh yeah, no, never mind. That is correct. Yeah. Where we are looking at we find the current slot we have. So let's say we are slot 1 right now. We look for slot 1 and we save it as invalid target. We then remove invalid target from that array, switch targets, because we don't want to switch into our own position. And then we randomize the different things in that array, in switch targets. We find whatever we just got as target, and we save it as target location as well. We find where we found it as target location, and we find what we found in that slot as target. We then use CSV Get Box, and we look in the Pokemon battle thing. So that's the current battling Pokemon. We look in the status column, and the row is target, because that is what we just pulled out of the array. So it should be target 1, 2, or 3. And we save what we got there as target status. If target status is a 1, which means they are fainted, then we go into that array and we remove target location, which we just got up here. So if it was looking in the second spot of the array, which is technically value 1 because it starts at 0, so it pulled out 1. But hey, that Pokemon was fainted. Then it says, all right, we can't pick that one now. And then it randomizes the array again. We pull out that variable, we save it as position, and then it tells me what it just did, that it swapped around the positions, and then it actually swaps around the positions. It technically does it afterwards, but it makes sense. Wait. I think I found the problem. This doesn't give a shit what other buttons are currently running. This doesn't trigger another button. The things that do the switches, like, you know, we trigger switch, right? Pokemon Battle switch. It then trigger it. Okay. Sorry. I'm just like talking. It's like Pokemon Battle switch. That's great. Well, it's switching it, but what's saying, hey, wait until we're done switching? It's not confirming this with anything. Switching is just switching where the locations are kept. It's not like, you know, when we get down to here and we trigger the switch move, because it is a move just called switch. Yeah, right here. Like, we're switching and we do the bottom check and then we end. But bottom check isn't waiting for the switch to be finished. Bottom check is just running the whole thing, and then switch runs its whole thing, which means they can fuck with each other. So like, you know, what is this? This is looking, hey, is the Pokemon that we have right now fainted? But this may have already changed what that Pokemon was, which is probably how we got Squirtle to be fainted. Because this was like, hey, do we got a Pokemon that's fainted? And it's like, oh yeah, no, that bitch dead. And then Squirrel's over here like, I'm healthy. I'm doing just fine. He goes, it's just escaping gas. It's sediment down the cart. It's the Monty Python bit. All right. So we know what to look at. We almost have this working. I'm going to crack on a little bit longer, but not by much. Just because I need to see if this is fucking up. I need to see what this is fucking up and how I can fix this fucking up. Squirrels yearn for the mines despite the poisonous gases. Yeah, you think that Bulbasaur would be fine with, you know, being a poison type and all. All right. So yeah, if a Pokemon is fainted, then we trigger Pokemon Battle switch, but we aren't triggering Pokemon damage calculator. So we aren't actually triggering the damage calculator at all. We trigger the switch. Gotta bring left zone to play game with beef. Okay, fair. I'm not gonna be here too long. All right, so we trigger switch, and switch is, it's grabbing all the stuffs and it switches out the thing. But this isn't triggering damage calculator. Oh, no, it is. It's triggering it right here. So let's, oh no, that's setting button variable. That's not triggering a button. This is triggering a button. So like if the thing is, we're in the top half, we set it for bottom half. If the HP is 0, then we switch, but then it doesn't trigger top half. Oh no, we're on bottom half. I'm gonna microwave 3 saucy girl dinner. All right, set button variable. Yeah, so this is setting that thing as half. So now we'll trigger the bottom half, but we aren't in bottom half right now. We are in top half. But if top half is just fainted, oh geez. Yeah, if top half just fainted the Pokemon, then bottom half won't even trigger. So if that's the case, then we trigger Pokemon Battle Switch. Should the switch trigger the upkeep too? No, because then the upkeep will just continue on. So we need switch to trigger the battle. How is this continuing? If a Pokemon was fainted, it should have just ended because this triggers the switch and switch doesn't trigger another button. This sets a variable, but it doesn't trigger it. Okay, I'm gonna look at damage calculator's stuffs real quick. One second. I need to update my... Yeah, no, we're gonna be ending stream here soon. I'm just gonna be updating some stuffs. Update some of my comments here. All right.
Quick, while the non-subs aren't able to hear.
There's an ad thing going.
Compliment me in chat.
I'm so sorry. I didn't even notice. Shit. We've been here for a bit. All right. Check-up team is 1. I'm just gonna update some text. So for anyone who has ads, they aren't seeing anything. Currently the upkeep button has a variable to see how many Pokemon are fainted on that team. If it gets to 0 remaining Pokemon and the upkeep is triggered, it ends the battle and says who won. Okay. We technically have attack back kind of working. Yeah, no, she's talked about multiple times. She doesn't get paid enough for this shit. She also shouldn't get paid. I never hired her. She just started doing this stuff. Like, that's in the canon, is that she just like started being the stream manager and just like never asked. All right. All right. So I need to add a thing for what was the thing? Currently switching after fainting doesn't seem like it should continue the game. Bottom test. Just customer chaos. You're not winning this one, Dusk. Yeah. Oh well, win is being win. Now, I want to point out as well, the SAMMI that I'm poking at right now is technically not win running. This is like a different win. It's a totally inactive comatose win. I'm just poking the brain. All right. Makes the defender switch if they are fainted, but somehow doesn't always update their status as 1 properly all the time. Is a comatose clone? Don't think too hard on it. Could have something to do with the fact that switching doesn't occur in line with anything else. Might have to make it work in a flowchart way, and it just skips a button if they aren't switching. Avoxen! Hello! You got here as I'm doing final testing stuffs. I'm so sorry. End of stream rain. What were y'all up to? Hello. Hi, my name is Azar. I'm a character designer and illustrator. And I have a stupidly complex freaking bot. Oh, you're doing Sammy tutorials. Well, shit. Save me. I'm currently building a Pokemon battle sim that will just run a game like automatically for you and lets people wager on which team will win. We're having some minor issues. This is like day 2 of the whole thing. And I would say I'm above average at doing Sammy stuffs. I was working on some baby Sammy functionality, so I was waiting to see what craziness someone who knows what to use the program can cook up. Oh, buddy. Oh, yeah, no, there's... So, this is the damage calculator for Pokemon. We get... I'll give you a quick summary, right? We have to get information to see which slots we're using, to see if we're in the first half or bottom half of the turn. And then we figure out which Pokemon is attacking. Like, from a different button, we know which Pokemon is attacking first. What this does is it sets the values correctly so that the right side is attacking. So if red goes first, then red gets to attack here. We have to get all the information for the Pokemon, the name of them, the ID they have, the defending Pokemon, their ID, and then the move that is being used to attack with. And then we actually do, no, sorry, we're not doing the damage calculation yet. We're not that far down. We're getting, we're trying to understand if it's a physical or a special attack. And then if it's physical, if we're burned or not. Oh yeah, this will be a chat minigame. Well, kind of. It'll be running on stream, but chat gets to wager which team will win. So both the teams will be on screen and the chat says, oh, I think red team's got this. Or they'll go, nah, blue team has it. And it'll just pool everyone together to be like which one you're wagering. We're not at that point yet. Like, we're not at that point yet, unfortunately. But, you know, that's the idea. And then it'll play through the entire simulation and it'll tell the chat, hey, this Pokemon just did this much damage. This one's switching. This one's doing this. And it will go through the entire simulation. At the end, it'll say, here's the one that won. Yeah, it's a betting game. It's like horse races. Let's not call it cockfighting because it's, you know, probably more accurate. But yeah, no. So yeah, we figure out if it's a physical attack and if we're burned, then we figure out, or if it's a special attack, or if it's a status move. And then, yeah, this is just for damage calculations. Did you know that Pokemon's damage formula is fucking stupid? Anyways, so yeah, we're doing a damage calculation where we're adding in all the different modifiers, figuring out what the damage numbers off of the moves are. We apply a random thing if it's same type attack bonus, and then type effectiveness if it's you know, if we're attacking a dual type Pokemon, then if we're burned or not. Which I realize burned equals 1 here. We actually, I think that's a error. Hold on. Yeah, burned is set up here. So burned down here shouldn't be here. We'll burned to 1. Oh wait, but we need to have burnt. 1 second, I'm gonna just mark this as red and then say like burned is added higher up. Consider removing from here. Is a Pokemon nerd? I'm just a nerd. I see you're a snake case stan. What? Case and switch and case? How are you saving the Pokemon data info? I'll get to that in a second, actually. But yeah, I need to just update that later. And yeah, then we figure out what the HP of the defending Pokemon is, and we remove the total damage from their HP. Then we say, hey, is it dead? If its HP is 0, then we say, yo, a Pokemon is fainted, and then it should trigger a switch automatically. Oh, snake case, camel case. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't like using camel case because I type way too quickly for my own good due to the art side of things. Again, I'm normally an art streamer, but I'm an overachiever. So it's really common that I'll do that where I'll have 2 capitals. So I do just lowercase for all of it. Oh, this is art. I'm considering this art, but here on, let me hit the freaking button. Ah, where's the button? There, raid slides. I actually didn't know if the raid slide button worked here on this scene, but it does. Yeah, this is the art I normally do. All right. And yeah, we're doing 30 days of stream this month. I think this is day 17. I think this is day 17. So like, this is just one element of what we're doing. But yeah, once we have this all done, then we do the other stuffs. So yeah, how do I save the information? CSV files. So I have a CSV file for the type charts, the stats of all the Pokemon. So we have all the base stats of like Bulbasaur and Ivysaur and Venusaur and Charmander. I had a sick day, but that's because everyone told me to take that day off. I was wanting to stream that day, but I put the option of take the day off, and it was like overwhelming majority just say fucking take that day off. So I'm counting it, but not by my choice. I'm counting it as part of the marathon, but not by my choice. But yeah, and then I'm saving all of the moves here. And of course, the battle CSV is where we are storing what we are doing right now. So when we start the mini game, when it's all done, it'll randomize the Pokemon on each team, and it'll load them into the battle CSV. And the battle CSV keeps track of like what the Pokemon is, how much HP they have, what their status condition is, and then their moves. I'm probably going to be adding in more stuffs into this. Yeah, Bun voted for me to actually continue streaming, jerk. And so this is where this information is saved. So whenever we have a Pokemon that gets hurt, or it has like, you know, its move loses a power point or something, we make sure we update this CSV. Are this arrays basically? Do you have built-in functionality? CSV stands for column separated values, or comma separated values. Here, there's another way of looking at them than just here that makes more sense. I actually think I can open this up over here and then throw it on screen. One second. Here it is. So this is another way of looking at a CSV file. It's just like Google Sheets. But a comma separated value, or CSV file, is you basically have like whatever your IDs are, not your IDs. Well, you tell it what each column is. So in this case, first column is just ID. Second column is name. Third column is type 1. Fourth column is type 2. Fifth column is HP. And then you tell it what to put in there as the defaults. So I just have defaults are all zeros. And so whenever I am referencing this thing, it uses like a grid. So I'm looking for, in the column ID, row number 200. So it then goes and looks for the 200 one in column ID. And that's the value I'm looking for. Or I'm looking for in row 200, I need to find the attack. Well, that's 73 because it's row 200 and that's the attack column. So now I know what the attack of this Pokemon is. And for SAMMI stuffs, it's actually really easy to do CSVs because you just do search CSV, you get to make one. Yeah, you just like make it, you name it whatever you want. Whatever you want. First column, and it's just like name or something. And then it's like add row, CSV add row, or CSV add columns in this case. Only touched I and I's for data storage so far. I much prefer CSVs because it feels more natural to read through it. INIs can save one bit of data really well, like the number of something. Like if someone has a certain tracker associated with them, then INIs are really good, because then all you have to do is find out who it is you're trying to track, and then you just update the number associated with them. But what say you're like my stream, and if you do exclamation point fish, that's our in-stream currency. I forgot my number is a little bit biased because it's me, but I have a CSV that saves how much in-stream currency you have, how many minutes you've been watching the stream, if you're a regular in the stream, and your username and your Twitch ID. So that if you change your name, it'll update your your username here based on your Twitch ID. So CSVs are really useful when you have a lot of information that you can associate with one individual. And since, you know, pulling up the Pokemon thing again, since Pokemon are freaking complicated, a CSV makes a lot more sense. But if you were instead just trying to do like instead of me having like all the fish and all the minutes and everything, I only cared about how many fish you had, INIs would make more sense. It's a smaller file, it's easier to access, and it's easier to work with. CSVs are a little bit clunky because in SAMMI anyways, because you have to make the CSV, you have to add in columns, you have to set the default values for all of them, and then you have to save the CSV save, and you have to make sure you do the correct file path. I'm certain you've been doing that correctly. What was it? Yeah. global.main_directory. Just saying, save yourself a lot of headache. Get used to that one if you've not been using it. At least if you, actually no, wait, never mind. That makes more sense for if you're sending the files to other people. And I send a handful of my buttons to other people, so I have to always use global.main_directory. But yeah, you have to save it. And whenever you're trying to use it, you have to load them. So this button is set to load these CSVs whenever I load SAMMI. So it loads all these relevant CSVs. If I tried to use them without loading them first, it would just error, because I don't know what the hell it's looking for. So you have to load them and then occasionally save them. So it's a little clunky, but it is wildly convenient if you have a lot of data that you're trying to store under like one set of variables. Also, I just realized that's how I make the cooldown mechanic on my commands too. Because I do user specific cooldowns. So it's just like, oh man, you last used this thing 5 minutes ago because there's a 5 in your CSV. So nah, you ain't doing that yet. Come back when it's back down to a 0. And like every minute a button will trigger. That button will go through the CSV and lower everyone's number by 1. And if they are at 1 or 0, it removes them from the CSV. So that way, whenever somebody is trying to join it, whenever someone's trying to trigger that command, if they aren't on the CSV, it'll let them trigger the command and just add them silently onto it. Should I mention that this isn't even my main SAMMI? This is the one on the other computer. This is on like my main PC. The one that I stream from has a much more complicated one. Oh God. Don't be afraid of SAMMI stuffs if you're learning it. I know it, like, you know, you're starting stuffs out. You're doing, like, you're learning the things. I couldn't do shit when I started SAMMI, but it's really intuitive to continue with, and it's been really fun and rewarding. I would say this is probably on the higher end, as in no rational freaking person would want to do this. But I was inspired by someone who had made this. So, you know, I'm glutton for punishment, I guess. But I like it. So yeah, I don't know. If you want to see art stuffs, you can follow. If you want to see all the SAMMI shenanigans and ask what the hell I got going on, you can follow. If you just want to ask questions for SAMMI stuffs, you can actually DM me on Discord. Hold on. because I tend to help out with people quite a bit, both with any stream text things or with Sammy in particular. Dusk earlier Draconic Dusk was talking about how they just made their first Sammy stuffs. I was in a call with him for a couple of hours showing him the basics of it. Board game sounds fun too. A stretch, but obviously difficult. Anything what to work on next, this feels like. Okay, so you're saying a board game sounds fun too. There is a extension that I have been meaning to play with. I'm going to talk about this because you're free to take this idea. I don't believe that ideas are entirely original. Hold on, I'm gonna look at this. I think it's ClickMap. Yeah, ClickMap. There is an extension for Sammy called ClickMap where it hooks in with the ClickMap system, where in essence, it lets your Sammy know when people click on the screen. So in this case, if you click on the orange box, it'll say, oh, you clicked on orange, and it'll say who clicked on it as well. So that's really interesting, right? That's really, really simple and straightforward. You can absolutely make a board game where all the buttons to interact with the board game are on screen. And what you do is, if somebody wants to move the player up, they can just hit the up button and then it moves the character up. And then you can have it work where it waits for everybody to input a command and then it just rolls whatever it does based on weight of who entered, of what all was entered. 5 people go up, 2 people said left. Then it's a 5 to 2 chance up or left. But you could make it where every single player has their own symbol on the board and it keeps track of who is clicking where based on what they're clicking on the screen. I have not experimented with it. I have not done anything with it. I haven't even downloaded that ClickMap extension yet. But I've been meaning to do so that I can have some on-screen interactivity and mini games. Someone even suggested like a Where's Waldo or Where's Wally, depending on where you are in the world, mini game, where it just has an image and you have to find someone in the image. And of course, the first person to click on it, you can detect who it was and that they were the first person to do so. And you can call them out in the chat of like, hey, congrats, you found blank first, things like that. Sky's the limit. And if you're saying board game, my first thought is that because it lets people interact on screen rather than just in chat. Although if you do that, make sure that there is in chat triggers as well as on screen, because mobile sucks and you want to at the very least let them participate. So make sure that the triggers allow for the click maps and chat. In fact, probably do chat first because at least that's easier to code. And then when that works, then you make the on-screen version of it. But yeah, I mean, take that idea. You can do anything you want with the heat map or click map. Something interactive to have during breaks or ads is like that would be really solid. That's actually why I'm making this. I want there to be during an ad break, it just pops up 2 teams and you bid on which team will win. And then you get to watch the battle unfold and everyone gets to like hype and cheer on their team. So that's the idea for this thing. It's still kind of in the early stages. Technically, it's mostly working. I kind of need to figure out why the switching kills random Pokemon. But once we have that fixed, then I can start to gussy it up and make it prettier and add in new things. The end goal of this is actually not to even make it Pokemon at all, but actually to contact various artist friends that I have and community members to contribute designs, stats, and moves. So that this won't even be Pokemon, it will be entirely unique creatures and monsters that friends of mine have made. And not only will it be chat interactive because everyone gets to hype up their team, but it will be chat interactive because people get to see what they contributed. So it's like, yeah, it'll be a really cool thing when it's all done. But it's when it's all done. I've so far put 8 hours into this. And part of that 8 hours actually involves screaming at the damage calculator before we found out that it rounds in 3 different ways. And I am so happy for Woolby for sending me a breakdown of the math thing. Actually, I can delete this because I have imported it entirely. Yay. and damage calculator back up in case I fucking break something, because that thing is awful. But yeah, thank you so much for the follow. Y'all actually rated me like as I was planning on ending the stream, sadly. But like I said, I mean, you don't even have to join the Discord server strictly. If you click on the Discord thing, you can actually like see me on there and just DM me. Since you found me through the SAMMI stuffs, totally fine if you're not interested in like the art side of things as much, or specifically like the furry art side of things. I have face blindness, so it's furry art. But yep, that is I think that's just kind of the summary of the stuff. I feel like there was more I was gonna say. I'm trying to figure out how to make a trigger if someone wants to hear what I'm saying, know what I'm doing. They have to go into the but they have to go into the ad dimension first. Yep, and I don't like the pre-roll ads. So we have a thing for like mid-roll ads. Like it'll say, hey, we're currently doing an ad break, and it will like it'll do a voice thing as well. And it's that's what I run. But obviously if you like want to have pre-rolls instead, then yeah, having a command that lets people kind of figure out what the heck's going on, especially for a new raid set, like, you know, someone just raided, you can type in chat real quick, like raid, or have it be automatic where someone just raided, it throws something in chat and say, hey, welcome new raiders. Here's a command you can do to see what we're doing while the ad break is running. You know, thank you so much for sitting by, you know, all that jazz. So it can give people a heads up to what's going on in the stream while they can't see the stream. That's actually a really good way around that. I actually kind of dig that. Someone asked something. Neo, how does chat click triggers work? It's an extension, or it's a plugin you apply to your Twitch account, and it just lets people heat map on screen and click on screen, and it just pulls from the API of what's provided for that, and it just says, hey, someone just clicked here, and then you do everything else with it. Like you basically on your end go, okay, they clicked within this range, so I have to do this, and then it does this, and I do this because of that, and I save this info. All right. I think that's my stream though. I'm like 30 minutes past my normal end time, but we made cool stuff. We did so much today. It's so close to working. Ending button. There we go. Ending button. All right. I'm gonna see who is online. And we just barely didn't do the like gold standard turn. What I wanted to do today, like the absolute best, like highest tier thing I want to do today was to complete an entire battle, like entire fight. We didn't quite get that far, but we did so much more than I thought we were going to do. I genuinely thought that we weren't even going to be able to complete a full round of battles, but we actually were able to do multiple rounds in a row with functioning freaking like math. Let's see who's online doing stuff. They're doing arts. Zember Digital is, what are they doing? They're doing something community emote vote. Or are they making a new emote over there? Sorry, I'm just like trying to check through my stuff. You know what? Let me look in the SAMMI directory. I'm actually kind of curious. Let's look in channels tagged SAMMI. Wait, are this group doing a? Oh yeah, this group's doing an archipelago, but they have the SAMMI tag. Wow, I'm the only one doing like actively doing SAMMI coding. I can't blame them. This stuff's intense. Shoot. All right. It has been a minute since we've rated this person, so let's just go and rate them. I'm just like, oh, they're in my follow list, and they're, oh wait, no, there's nothing in the in the other streams chat. So yeah, it does say raid for mature audience, just so y'all are aware. So raid